And I like it because for this one, you don't have to look up at a screen to read questions. And you get a fun little meme in between each question. So even if you get it wrong, you can still be entertained while it mocks you. All right, are we ready? If people come in, they can join in because it's all go at your own pace, okay? And you are allowed to call out, get excited, be upset. That's part of the fun of trivia. But at least this way we don't have to spell. There's no spelling involved. And I will make fun of people as they go from first place to third place to fifth place. That's my passion for trivia. Some questions are really easy, some are not. Some are for the old people, some are for the youth. Ooh. And I love looking at everybody's names. Hello, welcome. So this is a device trivia game, so I can give you the code if you'd like to play. Ooh, Dandelion Drew. No missed questions so far. Ooh, Celery Green. That's also why I like it, because it chooses your names for you. Do you have a phone? Do you have a picture here? You just need like a phone now, and then put it on our website. Yeah, and so once you know, I'll show you what it's like. So you gotta join my quiz.com. My people just came in, this is the last one I need to you, so I'll give you the website and the code you need. So this is the lowest tier trivia. Just go first. I think we're down in this earlier trivia. I was like, it's we were all. We got it. Join my quiz. Do you want to lie down for you? I'm going to pick it up. So, just hit your internet option. Just hit Google and just Google it.
I was doing so good.
I'm doing good. But I keep like, you know what, everybody's so that you want.
Oh, was that you?
Sorry, I heard you get it wrong. Especially if it's a trick question. Nice.
I'm not staying.
Yes, I can do that.
Oh, and they also have this spell names on here.
Yes, she did that on purpose.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, I got it right anyways.
Oh, that was her. That was your
She had it. Where's that?
questions. Take your answer.
Okay.
And you're bringing up movies I haven't watched since.
I see, I like to run the gambit when I'm playing.
I don't like your games.
You do,
I feel like they are mean.
and that's why I made them. Because Daniel and Drew is knocking it out of the park.
Oh, it was a nasty girl.
See, it's fun when you feel like, I know I watched that, but I don't remember.
It was like 1 year or something released, and I was like,
I told you some are easy and some are going, I don't know. At least you're consistent. Wait, are you chestnut snake?
Oh, no, somebody lower me now?
Oh, wait, who are you? Barb?
I'm lettuce.
Lettuce. Hey, lettuce, you're number 7.
Oh, mine's at 11. Okay. My phone might just be slow.
Right, yeah. Well, I get to see what people have recently just had.
Can we just go ahead and push start?
Yeah.
I should have known that thing we just talked about. Oh, that's sad for me.
I'm gonna just have to look for that, how many siblings is this girl together? How many?
Somebody scrambled me.
Ah,
That's unkind.
they're doing me too. Oh,
And then, like that most of y'all got the Prince Hans, how many siblings? Because you counted
I
him.
almost couldn't remember, like,
Nice. Lettuce is coming back.
Okay, go to stop for you. No, still going. It's fine. Okay,
I like that you got the theories on here, like, just based on memes and stuff.
yeah, I have try to have a plethora of options for you guys. Daylight still in the lead.
I think it's rude.
Were you gooseberry? Yeah, it's okay, person.
I don't either.
Ooh, gooseberry still beat lettuce.
Everybody's gonna be lettuce.
Lettuce, and
Lettuce is
cream.
trying their best.
We all are.
I don't even know any of them have a tattoo.
Think about it.
Jesus.
Think about it.
Like, who always
I didn't know any of them had tattoos.
Because even though you get it wrong today, now you'll know for later.
As his cousin Uncle.
We shouldn't have cousins relationships.
Started off real good.
I know, like, the last 3 questions have been, like, very hard.
You're welcome.
It's fun, it's fun, it's like tricking me, I thought I knew everything.
This is, I think,
Is it a hate crime?
it is a hate crime, because I hate this. All I know is hey, hey, and he's a chicken.
Somehow I knew that one would get you.
I'm like, oh, a chicken.
That would explain why I hate it.
He's like a
Does he even mention Snow White's Prince's name?
No, it is mentioned later. You have not in the movies. So, Prince Charming's name or Snow White's name.
I didn't know it either, I guessed. I got it wrong. Prince Charming's name?
No, not Prince Charming. That's Snow White's
Yes, Snow White's a prince. I don't know how to know.
Yeah, you have to like read the books and stuff. And it's mentioned at Disney.
I knew this one.
He was like 36 instead of like 30.
Yeah, when you actually like really learn about all of Disney, you're like, that's not true. Like Pocahontas. Oh, so that's so not accurate. Well, really. But we're not here to discuss the bad things about Disney. We're just here to enjoy it. Dandelion has been killing it.
Yeah, I'm like, I thought I knew.
All done. You did poorly. Thank you.
Is that what it really said?
No, that's what I said.
This is it. I might have to choose a different app if it actually tells you that. I mean, when you know, but it doesn't have to.
I got 38 correct, which is more than the 7 I got correct last.
See, you're getting better.
So I'm improving.
And then later we have geek trivia, which is all kinds of random. All the fandoms. 12:30. Remember, I told you I'd give you that.
Oh, yeah. I gotta go to work, which is stupid.
I just stayed why are you working on a Sunday?
But now I go earn money because we have too much money. You know how to do this.
Dude. I had somebody knocking on my door last night at like 1:30. I was like,
No, sir. Was it licensed? Did we leave the keys?
I just looked at it and rolled over. Like, I don't know you.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, especially for true crime. I was like, I'm not answering the door until I get murdered at the time.
You'll end up on that bridge.
Yeah, I don't want to get at Edge County.
I know, right?
Good thing I hosted that panel yesterday. I might have answered it.
What are you doing? How many did you do? Good luck, guys.
It was more.
It's like the one I did.
Really?
Which one?
Really? Because like, well, Mortimer then became his arch rival, so I didn't think that would be what the original one was.
Well, I think that was more like, well, if you won't let me use it for here, I'll still use it. You know how boys are. All right, so who was Dandelion Othello? Wait, no, who was Othello? Dandelion. That was you? Congratulations, you killed it. So, what are your favorite Disney? While everybody people finish, if you want to talk, you can talk. If you just want to sit quietly and enjoy the silence before going out to the people. We don't want to be where the people are. They're loud.
Yeah, no.
I like Moana.
Huh?
I like Moana because that chicken is pretty awesome.
Hey!
I think that's who we all relate to on a Sunday.
And I like that. I too,
I too end up with the wrong person.
right?
I really like the classic Disney stuff. I got where I don't watch the princesses movies. I got where I don't watch any of these books that I used to. I watch big religiously.
Well, we want to see the more empowering, I can't say the word today, movies, and so that's why it is sometimes a little painful to go back and watch it. Like Snow White, it's like that's bad. She just
Well, the stories aren't as complex.
they're not as complex, and they're just kind of they're only a little offensive. It's fine.
Just a little.
Yeah, but. Just talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no rules. We're like, we got time. We're all tired. We're just like, this is the chill panel. But I do love all the single ones. What is your favorite Disney song to belt out? You can pick your top three.
From each movie.
Yeah.
Right?
One of my favorites is I'll Make a Man Out of You.
Yeah.
Because that's just fun. And
I like Reflections from Milan.
I love For Unfortunate Soul.
That's a great
yeah. And let's go ahead and talk about that. Because Ursula was not the bad.
She was not.
She clearly stated her contract. She clearly stated what she was going to. She was a businesswoman. She said, "Hey, this is what's going to happen, and this is what you got to do." And she was just trying to make a living. And it's not her fault that women don't read the fine print and don't care. And
Ariel had 3 little sign on that line.
but also Ariel was like, "Oh, I have a really good life. I'm really rich. People let me do a lot of things. I have a good supporting family."
I'm 16. I'm no longer a child.
Right. Yeah. And look at all my hoarding stuff. But now this isn't good enough for me. I want to go and marry a man who I've never talked to. And leave behind my family.
Every time I go back and watch The Little Mermaid and that scene comes up where she looks at her father and goes, "Dad, I'm no longer a child." I'm just like, oh, honey.
I look at it and I go, oh my
When I was a kid, and she said, "I'm 16, I'm no longer a child," I was like,
We're like,
"Preach it,
yeah.
pastor!"
And then
Now I'm
And now I look at it, I'm like, "Oh God, oh you poor thing."
It's the Twilight effect. When you first read Twilight, when you're a little baby, like, that's a good relationship and you think about it, you're like,
That's a healthy relationship.
she laid down in the woods when her boyfriend left her and she was like, "I'm gonna die."
Yeah,
now I watch.
that was like the extreme teen angst.
Yeah. Ugh.
And now you're like, okay.
I gotta say though, I was Team Edward from the books, but then I saw the movies and Team Jacob had some valid points and they were all located in this general region.
I was never Team Edward. I was like, vampires don't glitter.
Well,
Like,
it wasn't that part for me, it was that Jacob was too clean.
yeah.
I couldn't stand him, he
They
just
were
annoyed me.
well, and then Edward became so controlling. It was
That's
like,
true.
What the?
Well, and Bella was weak.
Yeah,
And
that
I'm
was-
always
I
gonna
don't
be
wanna-
Team
Y'all
Shapeshifter
do
versus Team
realize
Vampire.
that Twilight was actually a 50 Shades fanfic originally?
No, 50 Shades was a
Oh,
Twilight Vampire.
Twilight.
Yeah.
I knew they were related though.
Yeah.
Also, I was not Team Jacob, Team Bella, Team Edward. I was Team Alice.
Alice and
because
Jasper.
Alice was,
Yes.
I wanted to be her so bad.
I was
Go for that.
Yes. Awesome.
But now that we're old and we're going back and watching, we're like, her dad,
Oh, Carlisle.
Yeah.
I'm a Charlie.
Charlie.
Well, and like
Charlie.
Jasper's story
Charlie's
alone.
my favorite.
Jasper's story alone.
Oh yeah, Jasper was my
Except for
favorite.
maybe Rosalie's, but Rosalie's.
And when you're young and you're watching things like that, and you're like, yeah, no, it's fine that she's a teenager and he's 19 times her age.
Right.
Fine. And now you're older and you're like, oh.
I was the opposite of them. When I was young, I was like, oh, he's so much older than me.
So you were always it.
Old man.
That was like when you were watching Buffy, you're like, yeah, an angel. It's nice.
Spike. Always
Okay.
like.
I have never liked HMs.
Huh?
I've never liked HMs.
No.
Like,
Yeah, and
See, that's the thing with the vampire stuff is that there's always a villain.
yep.
yeah.
You write a love story with a vampire, you're gonna do an angel.
Well, I mean,
Right. And so it's not that big of a deal.
which is why shapeshifters are better. And you get a built-in family. And who doesn't get booty once a month?
And a booty. And a puppy. Puppy words.
Right? I was like, language.
Josh started words. Oh my words, I'm terrible at it.
I know, you can
I actually have the
say
original
I
one.
get coffee, that's the problem.
That is like they're a shapeshifter,
Mhm.
but they're based loosely on animorphs, where they are able to shift into any animal that they have touched.
Nice.
Because I'm sorry, but did anybody not read animorphs as a kid?
No.
Yeah.
I got shelved with them from a library. Oh, guys, my name is Jessica Reed. I am the Geek Track Director. See, what happened was I was in the wrong room, and so I was like, why did that become my trivia? And now I looked at the schedule, I was like, I'm not coming to my trivia.
Yeah, well, the schedule was so complicated. I mean, whoever made that schedule really, think about, well, okay, let me say this. On the phones and on the digital devices, it's color coded so everything looks organized. On the plan thing, it's like.
Yes, so that is why we always recommend this, and then what I like about it is once you schedule it, then you just click my schedule, and then it just tells you where to go, and I didn't do that this morning. I was like, I clearly know where to go. We're in the smaller room.
Up there, smaller room.
Well, but there's, see, because this used to be the dealer's area, but then they segregated it into 4 separate ball rooms. And then the
Oh, yeah.
So last year, the dealer's room was here. That was different.
Yes, we just like to confuse everyone. That's
Yeah.
our goal.
They've done the dealer room in this area and that area. Like, it seems like every couple of years, we're like, no, it worked better over there. No, it worked better over here. No, it was better over there.
Well, and part of it was for traffic reasons.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't noticed, the congestion hasn't been as much. That's also the reason why we make registration upstairs. We're like, let's keep the hallways a little bit longer.
Exactly.
So, what programs, since we're here, what programs would y'all like to see next year? What are
So-
some topics?
We were actually, a group of us were outside last night playing werewolf. And we were talking about possibly next year having a werewolf panel where the moderators are the people that are in charge of the panel. And everybody in the audience gets to actually play werewolf.
I've never really.
It's Among Us without the tasks before Among Us.
Okay. I've never played Among Us either. I don't have Instagram, so I never got into the Among Us reach. But I mean, I like.
Town of Salem.
Oh yeah, my sister.
Okay. So werewolf is Town of Salem.
I gotcha. Okay. I would like more emphasis on like Disney and stuff. I know that like you got Marvel panels and you got that. Just the emphasis on like when I found that there was we were just leaving early today. And I was like, there's a Disney trivia band. I want to go so bad.
Better do Disney.
Yeah, I mean, you should come to the Disney sing along on Friday. That was epic.
It
It was Friday night. We just all, I just put it on repeat and shuffled it, and we all just belted it from our seats.
I didn't
Yep.
see that
That's my
on the
kind of
screen.
karaoke.
Darn it, I didn't see
I didn't realize that it was like that where everybody was just singing. I thought that was gonna be like actual Disney karaoke.
Oh, no.
That was kind of last night. Oh
Yes.
yeah, we were picking random songs, but that was the fourth time picking one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went upstairs to punk picking one.
I can't do karaoke because by the time we have karaoke, my voice is shot.
Oh, yeah, I had a panel right after karaoke. I was like, I said,
I need this microphone because that's the only way you'll understand anything.
thankfully, we were playing Mary J. or something, so it was very inappropriate, so it's okay. Fine. Humble.
Is that an image on the floor? Probably. Yep. Okay.
But yeah, I like the thing. It's very much Penelope Garcia vibe.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really on top of things today, guys. It's fine. That's why.
If it was Penelope Garcia, I feel like you would also have like the proof ball pens.
I do have a Penelope Garcia outfit. I was gonna wear it today, but then I got tired.
See, you know what the dress reminds me of? Wash.
Too
Certified.
You know what's the one TV series I haven't seen? We have it at my house, I just never watched it. I know.
Yeah, because I will tell you, you take the worst pictures. That one where you.
We need to show it to you. I'm like, no, you did.
So what have y'all enjoyed the most this weekend?
One of the best series.
Sorry, she's never seen Firefly.
It's okay. We're not geek shaming anyone.
I want to see it, but like they showed it to me, and I'm like, no, you haven't.
So show it to me again then.
Yes. So what are your favorite things you've done this weekend, or seen, or bought?
I'm a true crime panel.
Woo! I know. Did you know about that case?
I did not.
Did you know about Henry Wallace from Charlotte?
No.
Taco Bell person?
Yeah. You know, welcome to my part 2 true crime panel. Yeah, there's a serial killer from Charlotte from 25 years ago. Killed all in this area. Of course, they were, again, just like my case, poor African American women. So they were.
I watched that one on
That Henry on
what's that I was watching? So all of my roommates are also obsessed with true crime, so literally we're just eating dinner, watching people get murdered. It's great. So
Who fell asleep last night watching 48 hours?
I was on TikTok.
I don't have cable. I use like Hulu and Netflix and all
I
that.
used like stream.
A lot of days you can still watch a lot of the true crime on those.
Oh,
They
yeah,
have their
I
own series.
do. I just don't watch 48 hours.
Did you know that they have the Dateline episodes as podcasts, so you can just listen to them if you're not watching it? I learned
What?
Dateline, you can actually just listen to it as a podcast.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Dayline's also on Peacock.
Yes.
Um,
But if you don't have the streaming services,
Yeah.
it's free online. Sorry for our part 2 true crime.
It went from Disney to true
to
crime.
go back to,
We're glad.
well, I was gonna say like, to go back to the question of what is it, I was gonna say Game of
I
Thrones.
mean, Disney always kills off the parents. So
Right.
I mean, that's true crime in itself right there.
Well, but when we think about it, most juvenile books, stories, or whatever, they have either dead parents or bad parents who just leave them alone, because otherwise, how are they getting into these shenanigans? Because if they had good parents, parents involved, they would be like, no,
Yeah.
you can't go to Narnia, you're grounded.
It's okay.
Like psychology issues, like the whole like something's missing in my life. I need this, like, and like
But
so.
here's the thing though, is that they always kill off at least one parent.
Yeah, they do.
And then the other parents just kind of like,
Well, because they're traumatized, so they have to go cry in the corner.
And they always have some kind of siblings.
Well, see, that was the thing
How
for me.
was Friday?
Because I literally went with my friends to go see Frozen. And me and my friends like to take like bets on which parent we think is gonna be dead. Sit down in the theater, I'm like, 2 sisters, both parents are gonna die. And my friends are like, nah, Disney wouldn't do that. And then we get to the scene and they're like,
their parents are
you.
dead.
And I'm like,
To be fair, they didn't quite die yet. They had to go and shipwreck and have Tarzan.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a thing.
I love that fan theory.
Yeah, and the ship that's at the bottom of the
Yeah,
ocean
on the second.
is in Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Everything's connected.
Yeah,
It's a
there's-
circle of life.
Yeah.
Now, I would love to see how they, because their sequels have gotten so much better than their even original movies.
Yep.
Like the Frozen sequel.
Oh, God,
was
Frozen was so much better than
amazing. So amazing.
Leaps and bounds beyond.
But it's funny because Frozen 2 is more for the adults than it is for the kids. Kids are like, oh, Frozen 1, but we're all going, no.
No, no.
Wait.
Wait till you get older.
The music is much better in Frozen 2.
Well, then there's also like another connection because there's like the theory of them shipwrecking and Tarzan being their sibling, and there's the boat in the bottom of the Little Mermaid being their boat, but also Rapunzel shows up in the coronation scene.
I didn't want to bring that up because it's one of
It is one of the questions.
It's
It's one of the like first thing questions. I was like, oh, she
It's
cool
fine.
with
I gave
me.
someone an answer if anyone's still playing. It's cool. I don't care.
Did anyone actually actually use the power-ups during the games. I forgot that.
I use some of mine.
No wonder somebody.
Mostly the double points one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back up there.
Yeah.
So very pro.
I know this one, I know this reference.
That's how I got into 12, like with those double points.
Because I was like, wait, I kept forgetting.
I was
you were
solidly
saying
in the first and second, and then
I dropped all the way down to 7.
and then worked my way back up to 4th.
Okay, so I was really annoyed about one question in particular, and that was the Gaston eggs question.
Yes.
Because I was like, why are you making me do math? I know the answer for this all.
That brought me so much joy, I was like, you're so mad at me.
I clicked it way too fast. I clicked the 1 dozen eggs thing, and you know,
No.
and then it was like 5 dozen eggs, and I was like, oh, I'm
Because
supposed to be.
how many people have started to sing the song? Okay.
And I was alive and wanting to help me get large, and now I'm grown, I eat 5 dozen eggs, so I'm roughly the size of a ball.
So, in Disney, the sing-along, somebody brought up the fact that the amount of eggs that he ate would basically bankrupt the town, and that is the reason why like bread was so expensive. That's why everybody was panicking because there's no eggs available. So a lot of the they had to ship out. So basically, everybody was damaged because of Gaston's. I don't know why they were like
That's too expensive.
exactly. It was all Gaston's fault.
And they only put that one in the original, the live action.
Oh, and I love Josh Gad,
Yeah.
his
The
little
difference
boyfriend.
in the new live
Yes.
I actually love the live action.
I actually enjoyed that thoroughly. And I love that new song Evermore.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the beast family and the
Oh.
boys.
Yeah, give me Josh Groban any day. Like I will listen to Josh Groban sing to me all day long. Especially if there's a number that he thinks that are inappropriate. Love it.
I want to hire Josh Groban to just follow me around and be like my running musical in my head.
I don't, because I don't want like when I fall down, I don't want him to sing about it. And I love
But see, I want that every time I fall down, I'll get knocked down, but I'll get up again.
but sometimes I roll when I have to get up, and I don't want that to be that noticeable.
Rolling,
Realize
rolling on the river.
guys don't roll in the pond. That's the moral of the story. There are leeches. No one wants that in there. There actually used to be a sign it's like, do not get into the pond. There are leeches.
Yeah.
Because apparently somebody did get in and they went to the shower here, and then there's leeches in the shower.
Yep, and so it became a rule that if you even touch the water, like put a toe in, you are not allowed back in con, and you have to go to the hospital and get checked out.
You should. That water is just, I don't even know how people paddle it. Like,
It's literally nothing but leeches and duck.
flavorful.
Yeah. But no, there was 2 people. I remember exactly who one of them is, and I don't remember who the other one is. But one of them was Dave Harlequin.
I know who the other person
And who was the other one?
Jason.
That's right. Jason.
I was like, I've heard this story too many times.
Yeah.
They went and jumped in the lake.
There was also
And you know,
significant amounts of alcohol involved.
oh yeah.
I'm surprised that there was no jumping in the lake last night, just judging by some of the people I saw.
Yeah.
They were very happy to be at con, and I was like, shh, I gotta go watch true crime and go sleep.
So that was probably we were playing Werewolf.
No, I think it was the largers. They had a lot of enthusiasm for life. I was like, how are you so awake at this time?
What time was it?
Well, judging by the knocking on my door, it's still about 1:30. They were going strong.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't us because I think I was still at ConCarolinas.
Yeah. Well,
No, really.
we're gonna have to change where that is next year because I think that got loud for some of the people sleeping.
It didn't get that loud until like a bunch of people from downstairs came up.
They flocked, and I was.
They all flocked in.
Like
getting
when
loud.
I left, I was feeling claustrophobic. I was like,
Yeah. So we'll probably have to work on that.
So I
It was a
think-
good idea.
So fun.
I think what they need to do is just, I don't know, let more than have one downstairs.
Well, technically, there wasn't supposed to be room parties this year. They were all supposed to be patio parties.
Because social distancing.
Yes.
Still shy.
Still,
But I feel like why not allow parties to be held in these rooms?
Well, that's more of a safety hazard and risk and liability on the cons part. And so when y'all get drunk and stuff on things, then we get in trouble.
Well, because the cupcake door was in the con suite.
Yes, but that's a suite and that's a private thing, so it's not technically, technically.
I don't know, because honestly, goodness, I didn't find it that loud. Now, 308 down the hall from us.
Yes.
But they were right close to us, like, they were close to us, and that's why.
That y'all.
It was not my room.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that you were, but a lot of the people that were there were very loud, very rambunctious, and then they came down to the cupcake door and brought the rambunctious loudness. And like literally, we had been sitting in there for
An hour and a half.
at least an hour. And like we kept making jokes because at the very start of it, someone had walked in and said, we need to keep the door closed to try and keep it contained so it doesn't get too loud.
So, I mean,
And we were like, why?
well, before
Because
y'all
we weren't really that loud. It was more like being at a coffee shop.
yeah, the bar was louder than that.
Yeah.
Was.
It like we were literally just sitting there talking to each other like, you know, a college tour, not even a party,
Yeah,
just a bunch of people hanging out, whatever,
okay.
chit chatting.
But then
And-
somebody came up and said, we told everyone to come up here from the table, and they were like, oh.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it was like,
Yeah.
and I was like, okay, it's time to go.
And that's why I like,
All right, guys. That's all. Everybody got to pack up, go put everything in your car to
Oh,
go
somebody
to
did.
more panels. Oh, God, you're so much better than me. Huh?
like, I,
What do we-
Will do. So there is geek trivia at 12. Wait, is it 12? Let me actually check my schedule today.
It is at
Do they have prizes
in
for the
this
top, answers?
I'm sure I have some. I gotta go get them. They're up tomorrow. I would have had prizes this morning, but I got tired. And she already left. She's coming.
so in a lot of the questions you made up there, and you were saying, because it was, how many siblings did Thumper have? How many siblings?
Right.
I was like,
I was like, I remember it was 5, I couldn't remember if it was brothers or sisters.
Well, not only that, but I watched Bambi maybe over 2 times, and it was years and years and years ago, and I'm
like, there, the Beverly Hills Chihuahua one, we got it somewhere.
Yeah.
like, I remember the obvious one, what animal was flowers, but then I was
You
Aw.
And I honestly think
My favorite one was what was Bambi's first word, because as soon as I read that, I went,
bird.
bird.
Yeah, as soon as you remember, you're like, wait, I know how to say it.
But
I didn't even have to read the answers. It was like, what was Bambi's first word? Bird.
And then, so trivia is gonna run the gambit of basically every couple questions from most of the fandoms ever known. And some science, because science.
oh boy.
But honestly, I honestly think Flower, because who thought, okay, I don't know, growing up, I thought Flower was a girl and then they turned out to be a boy.
Right?
So I honestly think, was Disney trying or accidentally made a trans character?
Probably,
Because, like, Flower sounded like a girl. I'm sorry.
Sounded like a girl, loved to be surrounded by the flowers
And
and feel
I know it's
pretty.
stereotypical, but I just, watching Bambi, like at 20 something, I'm like,
'Cause
Wait,
what
Flower
year-
was
what
the
year-
only pure character, so that's why Flower always my favorite.
I love
Some-
And I
my
think
favorite.
skunks are adorable. I just wish they didn't
I
have.
love
Skunks are
flowers.
very adorable.
Yeah, I just wish they didn't have the access issues they do. All right, guys, let's go. I gotta go pack up, so that way I can get ready for my next fandom.
I came in third.
I said more.
Y'all did better than me.
I was in second, and now I dropped down to third.
Aww.
I I swore mine said I was in second.
What was your name?
Celery something? Did I want to-
Celery cream, third.
Okay, so it
Oh,
must not have counted the last question, I don't know.
oh, I've got the second ribbon.
Hang on, let me update it just a second.
Mine was like cayenne.
Oh, wait, oh, sorry. It's updated, so no. Celery was 5. And cayenne ended up 14.
What?
Wait, hang on, wait, hang on, it's renumbered them for me. I don't know why I did that. That was your login, that's the number you logged in. Let's see.
Okay, I was like,
Mine says third.
Oh, see, mine went wonky so it just did, you might be good, but that's how it reordered for me. Based on
I won't
how
buy
you,
that.
yeah, based on how you logged in,
But
that's
I
what
had
it did.
that.
Yep, you're good. Yeah, as long as you have it on. Oh, lemongrass did really good too.
yeah, it's like, I only missed technically level question. I think, and one of them was like, who goes Hercules in the Spanish version? I was like, what?
Oh, somebody actually beat
Oh, yeah.
David Line
What was
Othello.
it, Ricky Martin?
Lemongrass Everdeen actually beat Othello
That was
for the win.
I guess you don't need to be going 10 minutes.
Nope, we're good. We're all running away, so we can pack up and maybe get some sneaky snacks. Cause I'm not,
Yeah,
or
my
my
mom was very
caffeine.
frustrated that she couldn't get going. And,
That pissed me off.
well, it's like,
That they kept the cafe closed today.
I think they had a.
I need some Starbucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go find some type of sustenance.
Yeah, I went to the breakfast bar. It was $15 for the full buffet. So you got whatever you wanted, as much as you wanted. I was like, that's actually not a bad deal.
Especially if you're getting like juice and coffee.
but like, per
I got two cups of orange juice, which is why I can talk slow.
That's what my thing, I'm like, I need some type of fruit or vegetable. I haven't had any since Friday.
Yeah. Oh, we have a scoreboard.
I like it.
have an Instagram, I have a hard time figuring out how to. Hashtags or whatever. No, that's fine.
Okay, so on for the ocean Kaplan,
I don't understand.
so let's, so I have one of our, talk about yeah, it's all right. So, and did you get your stuff out of the house? Okay. No, I'm gonna. I'm gonna take this stuff with me, so camera is on. It's the most valuable thing here. That's the thing.
So if I wanted to do another hashtag. Okay, so I don't put his face. That's maybe what.
Yeah. I'll bring you this stuff. Oh, well. I'll just, I'll figure it out. If I don't have time.
So if I wanted to turn that picture, then. So I see people, they write the caption and then they do the hashtag. And yes, you can do that either way. But the hash, so it has to be the hashtag with the spaces. That's. And then if I have to post it on Facebook.
You want to check it trigger to see if that works. Sometimes it's touchy. You gotta go to Facebook. We're on those things. Be consistent and have the same profile picture, the same logo. That's important. We want the consistent brand so that they recognize it. And then whatever that picture and logo is you have here.
Yeah, but on the last video.
Do this to you again. Yeah. Okay. So, another dimension, and this is it. And possible.
She's a friend of ours. Yeah, her name is Alicia Scott. She freeze-dries. She's been doing it longer than me. She doesn't venture as far and go out as far as I do. But she stayed with us, but yeah.
Did you do any business?
But it shouldn't be. It's good enough. It's better for me actually that I was out here and then there because it's cheaper to rent. So it's not like I can sell more in here. I mean, it's everybody that plays in. It's all good. Not dressed up today, huh? How did yesterday? I'm trying to get in, but that's the one at the end of August. No, this one, oh, no. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So we miss a lot of that.
That's not weird, I guess. You're, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, because like, last year I was at a convention center, and they got Other than for you, you have fun? The website is on it. So, sorry, you have North Carolina or close by? Oh, yeah, would be celebrated, so. I tried not to ship those far, because, yeah, but correct, so, but, yeah. But as a matter of fact, we have a patch on it anyway, now. So, we got that. What's that? Milk does it probably about 30 hours. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, but the fruit might be up to 3 days. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time. All right. That an all day cup? Hold on. All the way around. Those meters, the sun cell.
Well, pushing that thing. So, mission. My arm is moving.
Material off of that.
View representation matters, representation something?
Representation meeting, yes.
Yes.
I'm not the moderator, but
No, but I'm in the right.
yes, this is the right place.
It's been a long morning, a long weekend, but a good one.
Seems like it's gone by too fast. But it can be both, I guess.
Last year, all I did was sit and look. That's, it just seemed like the weekend was so long, just kind of going things.
Yes.
Like, is it Sunday?
I haven't seen the moderator yet today. I'm guessing she'd have more questions prepared than I would. So.
Is it important? Yes. Okay, maybe we can go forth and do.
That was when it was 2017.
My first ConCarolinas was the virtual one.
Oh, really? 2020?
So this is still feeling a little new.
Oh, okay, yes. I was just trying to remember when it was that the great rift happened between me and Chris Shrewsbury.
Oh,
We had a disagreement about the direction of Star Trek. So.
I was gonna say, I would be willing to bet it had to do with Star Trek.
Yes, yes.
Just from sitting on that panel last night, I would bet.
You would be correct.
I was just like, maybe I should scoot under this panel table. Wait for that to dissipate. All right. Go to this website, please. No.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the best relationship on the web. www.lakeshore.com.
So quiet when I came up.
I am gonna be lucky if I grab it today without knocking one of these tables over. I just come in and like sit down and get comfortable and notice everybody beside me is going,
Yeah. The one I was in last night, one side was going like lower and lower and lower. We didn't realize it was like a folding.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
these seem to be assembled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when you go feeling up under there to see if they're not, I saw that.
I was helping Stuart Jaffe out, set his table up Friday, and I didn't realize holding legs type table. I was holding up the end, and suddenly the legs gave way, and I'm like, yeah, hold on, let me hold this, and you just slide on
Oh,
back
no.
in. Put these covers on, you can't tell whether they have the hinges that you stay put.
Keeping my legs so short.
Oh. Jared's here. Is Jen on her way?
I had to go to the bathroom, so I left the panel early. She will be here. Now,
Okay.
but she's on.
Oh, there she is.
Like Jedi mind way trying to wash my hands. I got one of the soap dispensers to work, this thing from a different one. So I'm just sitting there like, just trying to like dry my hands. It's paper towels. Got a sign on it that says this is not the soap you're looking for. No, it's not. Or I need like a camera that's like, wait here. Or hotels where it's like, yeah, so it's well very hot, whereas you're right under the AC. Like. Children, as part of this, this looks like something is. He's taking over like all the conventions. Yeah, and say, welcome to the Falls Motion.
Yeah.
This is tired.
I've been assimilated.
Resistance is ridiculous. You'll buy a book. Because I want to, like, what, there's one table that's perspective press, there's one from Boca Memoirs, and one is Chrome Rose, and like, oh, all the others. All staff. Yeah. I think he's up to like all the three tables on the other chair. That's right.
It's kind of bad they have to make the kind of plan for something like this.
Yeah, yeah. I'm friends with Kara on Facebook when she was saying that she had a plan. It's not something she ever thought she could do. That's a sad thing. Have to show.
I guess some people just really don't know how to deal with their emotions, so they just lash out at other people. Or they get angry about something and don't think it through. They just act on impulse.
Start this on a high note, aren't we? Like, Sunday morning, welcome to your last day of college. Very sad. Not because we're hungover.
No, I'm too sleepy to be hungover.
Well, this is the first comment. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna like close out the dance party, and then I got invited to a room party, concacador with like Kahlua in the frosting, like it was delicious. I was like, oh, I'm gonna just live my best life now. Go back to doing things. There you go. Get back to my room at 1:30 in the morning. I need a shower. I need to sleep. Do I have any snacks? I need to prioritize. I need a shower. I need to go to bed. Important things. I was almost that old lady last night because I just couldn't hit my wall. I went to bed, and I wonder if one of the truth or dare things was to run up and down the night floor.
Oh,
Like 1 o'clock in the morning because I just was about to open the door and go,
get off my lawn.
and then I was like, there's more than one army. I'm not going to. They might be armed.
That
They
was
might
me.
have phone weapons. And
That was me Friday night. It was like, oh, there was it skeptics versus believers, like 10:30 to 11:30, and I was interested in it. And I'm just like sitting there right under the AC, just like slowly dozing off. I'm like, give me the key. I'm going to bed.
do it.
Oh, okay, I remember that, yeah.
I'm so out of practice with peopling that I'm just
Yeah.
like, whoa. Like sensory over.
But I mean, some of the stuff that's come out of the pandemic, like the tags, to be like, I'm okay with us if I know you. I'm still respectful. Yellow is like ask. Like, we should have done that forever ago. Like, why was that smart?
I mean, we did, except it was just like, no. So that's not
Right, but this
right.
is like, it's just like visual. thing,
Yeah.
Like, I agree. If you know me, you know, I'm vaccinated, boosted, I'm cool if you are too. I'm like, yes. I like platonic touching, like, I hug all of my friends if they're cool with it. The ones that don't, let me know. Things are important. But it is 11 o'clock and it's not the turnout I expected for an 11 o'clock tonight. So I am Jenna Chambers. I am your moderator. I am a fledgling author. I have a background in mental health. I did training to be a professional counselor at one point in my life. So they let me come up here and talk about diversity and representation in mental health. And I just like getting up here and talking about geeks things. This is amazing. But I do not know half of you, so let's go down and introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Emily Kaplan. I write under the name E.M. Kaplan. I have mostly mysteries that I write. I have a new mystery coming out with Fall Staff soon. I also have written John Hartness's origin story for his character that he plays on the Authors and Dragons podcast. My ethnic background, I am half Chinese. I am half Eastern European Jew, so I am a natural born Chinese Jewish person. I'm also the mom to a trans son.
I am Nancy Duck. Can y'all hear me if I don't lean up to that microphone? Because I've gotten a place where I'm not going to knock a table over, so in my day job, I'm a sign language interpreter that works for a university, and I'm also the author of mostly epic fantasy, but some slightly steampunk adjacent Gasland fun little romp through Yorkshire. I also have a background in sort of adjacent mental health because I worked as a mental health interpreter for a decade. So disability and mental health representation are very important to me.
Hello, I don't know if any of you don't know me. My name is Sherman Carter. I am a fan of science fiction and otherwise. I don't write anything or make any kind of art or anything like that. I'm just a fan, so I'm here. I guess I won't say I'm a token. I do. I understand there is some need for representation. I'll go with that.
Well, I want to start off with sort of the last sentence of the panel description, which is discussing why representation matters, because I think that kicks off why we're doing this panel. So why is it important to see different types of people?
Well, this year I turned 50.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I made it.
Fun, isn't it?
Yeah. And growing up, there, think about Disney princesses, there really weren't a lot of brown people. And I can remember when Mulan came out, I was like, it just really didn't hit me until that movie came out that I hadn't seen a lot of people who looked like me in movies and TV especially. And I should also add that I grew up in southern Arizona in a Mormon neighborhood, which was pale.
That's a fair assessment.
Lovely people, super polite. Great place to grow up. But you know, I didn't have a connection to my culture until I started reading more and going to college, where I went to college in Boston. So, yeah, it just really is important to see images that are like you in media. You realize that the world is open, that you can do anything you want. You know, role models are very, very important in your formative years, especially.
That's, I'm just going to piggyback on that. One of the most striking things that I've ever had a youth person say to me, other than, what was that? You know, sometimes the hands go crazy, was that she thought when she grew up she was going to become hearing. Because she had never seen a deaf person on television. She'd never seen a deaf person in a high elected office. There were obviously, no, as she said, obviously no deaf presidents, no deaf kings or queens. She's like, so do we become hearing when we grow up? And I was like, oh my God. Which is why I am a big supporter of, I mean, there are a lot of different parts of representation that needs some boosting for sure. But one that I'm really passionate about is hiring deaf actors for deaf roles that involve sign language. Because they can tell when it's a hearing person that's been taught. I can tell when it's a hearing person that's been taught. And it's a good first step, but it doesn't alleviate questions like that. Like, are there deaf adults? Because I haven't seen them. So I feel like that's an important part. Like I said, in formative years, it's very important.
I can see where it would be important, but I suppose in my case, I was always the odd one out, so I didn't expect any kind of representation. I mean, physically, I'm mutant. I have 2 extra ribs and an extra kidney, and I don't know anybody else that's going to represent that category in any way. So I never really worried about it too much. And I often ran into a situation where people would say, well, you don't see anybody that looks like you there. I don't think you should go there. And I said, well, just because there's nobody like me there doesn't mean I shouldn't go through lots of stuff that I would have missed out on if I waited for other people that look like me to show up.
First.
Yeah.
For me, I think there was a sense of relief for some of the things that I was going through, or the way that I felt that I wasn't broken. It wasn't just me. The first, I might just segue into the next question on this one. The first character I identified with was Willow Rosenberg from Buffy, because growing up in the 90s, like the majority of the girls, if they weren't Disney princesses waiting for men to come along, save them. Mulan was fabulous for that. I feel like I'm gonna save myself and try, like y'all can sit down. Like I'm on board with that. But the majority were, you know, if they were smart, they were still popular, they were still pretty, and she was just so like strange and quirky and not really liked. It was like, I feel this in my soul. Like I'm not the only one going through this high school experience of feeling alone. So going into the, like, who did you first identify with, or you just saw some aspect represented that you just like sort of felt that, like that tightness in your chest, like release a little bit, like I'm here.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Thank you.
I'm going to say Winona Ryder, which is ridiculous because she's not Asian, but she's Jewish. But she is quirky and probably neurodivergent, and just, growing up in the 80s if you watched Heathers and you were like, oh, wow, that strikes a chord with me. Just like the person who doesn't fit in, the non-cool girl, I don't know, arguably, she wasn't even hetero, but that's beside the point. But yeah, probably that character for me.
I mean, I sit here as a cisgender, mostly thinking, what do I have to add to this conversation? I shouldn't be even saying, but going back to the deaf characters, the very end of Children of a Lesser God, when Marlee Matlin finally uses her voice and screams, everybody points that out to me and is like, isn't that so powerful? And I'm like, yes, because that's the only way she could get attention. That whole movie to me was perfect up until that point. And then the only way that she can save herself and get the attention she needs is to perform. So I think that was I often say that's part of why I became an interpreter. That's why I wanted to work in the deaf community, because it's so cheesy. I didn't want people to have to go to those extremes to be able to be heard. For me, probably, I grew up, I think you and I are the same age, right? I grew up with a lot of very pasty white Disney princesses who looked like me, but good God, I didn't act like that. I didn't sing, I was awkward and weird. So probably people would go Disney princesses, but that's when I saw it was great. I mean, her hair, come on, I've got a lot of product on mine right now, but it can totally rock up if it wants to. And the fact that she just went with that was amazing.
If you don't mind a quick question, my mom was a teacher of deaf, and her parents were both deaf, but none of them signed. And of course she's older. My mom is 87 now, but I know that in the deaf community right now, there's a strong sense of culture. If you need to learn how to sign, you should teach your kids to sign. And when people talk to my mom about signing, she just is kind of like clueless a little bit. She doesn't know any of that culture. It's just so interesting to me that there's almost like there is pride about it.
Yeah, I think that's just a product of the time. I know older deaf adults that are older than I am who were not allowed to sign in school. They went to residential schools and they signed to each other under the covers, because if the house mother came through and saw them signing, they were still in trouble. So I think that is just a product of the time. I'm so happy to see this deaf renaissance. I mean, if it puts me completely out of a job, if they don't need interpreters anymore, I'm here for that. I need to get better at writing before that happens, but I am here for not having.
You've got some time.
Yeah.
Our product time, and you've got some time.
Yeah. But that's probably why that is.
We're here.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That's how deaf people get each other's attention, like in a large room. So I was like, what? No. Wrong time.
Is that real? They have the light flashlights. Oh, that's interesting.
Well, let's see. Who did I first identify with? It's going to be a toss-up between Mr. Spock and R2-D2. Honestly, Mr. Spock probably because of the emotional attachment. I am the 8th out of a family of 9 children, so there was a lot of emotion going on around me, and so I would end up just basically detaching from it because there was a lot of drama between older siblings and my younger sibling, and I didn't want to do it, so I would just detach myself. And oftentimes, because of R2-D2, no matter how so R2-D2 is, he often says things that he says just beeps and boops. He has C-3PO there, his interpreter. He's often fixing things, and I'm not the tallest person. I'm kind of round too, so I always have to R2-D2.
I'm a little scared to ask the big screen.
No, I ruined my throat doing guttural voices. I can't.
When we've seen them get it wrong, we have seen them get it right. representation, right? It doesn't have to be something new. Just-
I would say, from my observation, it would probably be Captain Cisco, because he was black and he was a single father. At first, he was captain, and his otherness was incidental. I mean, you can take some matter of pride in being different, but you should also realize that. And a lot of times there's a bad tendency for there to be almost like pandering, with the difference being the first thing and the point. Like it's happened on some Star Trek shows about that. That's right. Started on a rant. I was just.
You're gonna summon troopers.
Sure. Were we one that's done well or one that's done?
Let's do one that's done well first. We'll kind of go back and forth. There's a lot to be learned when they do it wrong. But
One that I think is done well, I think talking about deafness and ASL representation, I think everybody expects me to say Coda, that won the Oscar, and it was a fantastic movie, and it was well done to the point that I just kind of forgot that usually I watch things with deaf people in it going, all right, what are you going to get wrong? I didn't even remember to do that. But the one from prior to that I think was done well. There was an episode of Doctor Who where they were on the moon, I believe. They were somewhere else. And one of the people that already worked there was deaf. One of the other people that already worked there, they were close, and he kind of served as her interpreter. And there was even a little bit of her. And it just seemed to be handled so quickly and so smoothly. I mean, we don't expect for hearing people to be able to just go, okay, you're deaf, this is great, I'm happy with it. Or deaf people to go, there's a whole bunch of hearing people, I'm really happy with it. But the fact that they showed it did not make it the focus of the episode and just moved on. I thought, like you said, you don't want to bring that, you don't want to be so in somebody's face with it that you lose the plot of the story and you lose everything else. You want it to be able to blend, like Cisco, his dad parts and his, I did not just say that parts.
Well, we understand.
The fact that he's a dad and the fact that he's a captain just sort of blended together, and you didn't really see one at the exclusion of another.
Yes.
And I felt like that's the way that Doctor Who episode was handled. And if it wasn't Sunday morning at the con, I could tell you which one it was and all that kind of stuff.
We have a phone.
I know, but I'm
do you remember which doctor? Do you remember which doctor?
I believe it was Matt Smith.
Okay.
Who? It was Capaldi? Dork. Yeah, it was Capaldi. And the actress that played the deaf character is actually deaf and is a fairly well-known deaf actress. So another point in their favor. That just makes it easier. You already have a deaf person, you don't have to teach them to act like a deaf person.
Interesting. Let's see. Good representations. I'm a big fan of Aquafina. And she has a recent movie, which I totally can't remember the name of. The one the one where she goes, it's actually like a drama, and she goes back home, and her grandmother has died.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
It's very.
Nora for Queen.
That's the show. It's a movie. And
Crazy Rich Asian.
No, it was another one. It wasn't a comedy or drama. It was an actual drama.
Yeah.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
She speed up something so fast.
Yeah, it's true. She's everywhere all at once.
Doesn't know. I love her.
Yeah, and it's just very heartfelt. It's not necessarily about being Asian in a white society. It's just family issues, some traditions, and I found it to be a very real story. But she's also hilarious. In Crazy Rich Asians, where people are always asking me if that movie is real. And I guess somewhere, maybe not in my world, but yeah, it's like watching the Kardashians, I think. But Yeah. You know, there have been a bunch of like token Asians in media for a long time, like Zulu, and even in news media, like Connie Chung. I just they haven't been relatable to me. And like early stories, like the Bruce Lee biopic played by Jason Lee, that was one of the first things I can think of in mainstream media where it was like featuring the story of a Chinese person. And my parents really loved that movie at the time. But looking back on it, there are definitely some cringy kinds of things in it. A little bit stereotypical. Yeah.
For me, I've gotten into watching Bones lately on Hulu, which, you know, is once again about problem solving kind of thing. And they portray neurodivergence. There are people who are very likely on the spectrum. There's different religions, different cultures. And when they decide to make a point, they make it well. There's an episode which has to do with 9/11 and sort of all the feelings and drama that come up with having lived through tragedy. It's really well. It has such a wide range of cast of backgrounds and how they relate to even if I think it should have ended a few seasons ago, because there's a certain point when you've told what you're going to tell, and it's time to wrap it up. And I'm looking at you, Supernatural. I really deserve some shade.
It's like a pet who's not well and you can't let them go.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you're just like at the bed, you're like, well, it's a quality of life thing. Like, let's talk about this. I'm like, no, we can't. It's like, okay. It's like, what do they make? 13? They make it to 13? 15. Yeah. It was supposed to last 5, by the way. They had a plan for 5 seasons, and then it got picked up, which is why it just goes completely off the rails, especially in 7. Yes. This is not a supernatural thing. I'm a little stray. Okay. The things that did it well, things that did it wrong. What was bad representation?
Mickey Rooney in Breakfast at Tiffany's. So horrible. He plays the Asian landlord, and with the buck teeth, yeah, and the slanty eyes, and ouch, yeah. And it was, comedic effect, supposedly, but yeah.
So you guys are thinking, I know mine.
I have another one that's not death related, it's just disability related in general, and it's just a pet peeve of mine. When you don't hire disabled actors to play disabled parts. I do understand that there are some movies where someone starts out not disabled and becomes disabled throughout, but if the whole point of the story is how to learn to live after that, you can work it out. I mean, if we can make people fly through cityscapes and shoot webs out their hands and have lasers coming out of their eyes, we can figure out how to make someone look like they're able-bodied
Or
and
face swap Chris Evans onto that little skinny kid.
I'm not a real big Captain America anyway.
It's fun, but they can do that.
Yes. So I feel like they could, like there was one recently. Well, first of all, the Stephen Hawking biopic. I don't like biopics to start with. That's just a pet peeve of mine. But how many people really remembered what he looked like or who he was before? Really, most people know Stephen Hawking after his disease progressed and after he used a chair. speech. So why didn't we focus on that? Because it makes a better movie to focus on what a disabled person learns to overcome. Not every disabled person feels that way. That's what annoys me about that term. You know, most of the deaf people I know are not sad that they're deaf. Most of them laugh at me when things are loud and they make me jump, and they're like, "That's hilarious." You know, I know several people who are blind who have no need to be fixed or healed. So I think that's when they get wrong, just kind of across the board for disabilities. And I'd like to see more of the other way. Just a person. Anyway. Did that give you enough time? I could ramble a little.
Here, I will give you some more because I know mine that I got completely up and around stuff when it came out. And that is 13 Reasons Why.
Oh, yeah.
I have not watched it. I will not watch it. I will not add to the metrics because not only was I a trained mental health professional, I also have depression. And it was a point where suicide was kind of in there, and so I found like therapy and that's worked for me. So have a whole season sort of glamorizing this at teens whose brains haven't fully baked yet. Like, no. And at first I was just mad about it. Like, how could you possibly do this? This is so irresponsible. And then I went to work one day. And I was on my lunch break, and there were people in the big room who were watching it. And they're like, I don't understand. This is ridiculous. They should just get over. Like, it was such a toxic portrayal of depression and mental illness that people I thought were my friends, I found out they're not. Yeah, I can't trust them if things go bad because they have this fictionalized representation of what it is to have depression or suicidal thoughts or suicidal ideation, and I have now lost credit as a person with mental health because of a fictional show. Like, and I was on like season 4. I don't know why. No, 13 Reasons Why can walk the fire. It just, Did I give you enough time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and say it now. I don't particularly care for Michael Burnham on Star Trek Discovery. She is held up as being representational and everything, like she's done all these firsts and things like that, and she hasn't. And the way they have the character written, she should be in a penal colony somewhere. She shouldn't have been rescued from that ship. And she out-welcomes the Vulcans. She is the center of attention of everything that goes on in the show, and she is not really representational for a lot of, I guess, what you might consider bright or intellectually gifted Black people, because she really doesn't do it very well. And I fault the writers. I mean, I don't have a problem with the actors herself, but the writers, they just don't get it for something. And that's been one of my gripes with all of the later iterations of Star Trek. The writing quality is really not that brilliant. There are a lot of point to recall member bears, but you just don't do a lot of writing. There are consequences to the situations you put into a story, and if you don't pay them off correctly, you just sort of wasted everybody's time, or they padded it with so much fluff that it's not even worth watching. So, yeah.
Incidentally, the name of the Aquafina movie that I really like is called The Farewell.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do another round of what was done well, or what did you appreciate for representation?
I actually like the new rash of Disney animated movies, not just Disney, that have come out about Asian culture. One that I saw unexpectedly was Raya and the Dragon. If you've seen that, and I didn't know what I was watching at first, but then I realized that it blends a lot of Southeast Asian culture. I was born in Thailand, and you see a lot of Vietnamese, obviously it's about dragons and it's mythological, so it's not reality, but there's some really cool, like even the architecture in the movies and the costuming is really evocative of Southeast Asia. And it was kind of magical. I was just staring at it, kind of open mouth. That was nice.
I just think Disney in general is doing it well with Encanto and turning around, and we're getting away from the princesses who need men to save them, and more of like, I have my own story to tell, and I am my own human being. Although they can stop doing generational trauma with really catchy musical numbers. I don't need to cry that much in my life. Bless you. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
I didn't need that. Like the scene with Bruno in his pizza play, like I'm ugly crying on my couch. Like,
Actually, this is kind of an odd one, but I'm kind of an odd one, so I'm very good. I have an interpreter, total disability representation aside from it. There are things that are portrayed in media showing interpreters for whatever language or whatever that are done really well, and some that are done just really horribly. And one that I really, really appreciated, we talked about this on Star Trek, is the episode of Star Trek called Loud as a Whisper, where you have the deaf ambassador who has the trio of interpreters that are separated into, one is like his feelings, and one is decision making. I can't remember what they all individually do, but I remember seeing that one after I graduated from college, seeing it again after I had my degree and I was interpreting, thinking, yeah, that's what my brain looks like. That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. That episode did a lot really well too, because the character Howie Seago, who played the deaf ambassador, is really deaf, is a very highly classically trained deaf actor. And they again showed the whole, okay, what are we going to do? All right, well, let's just move on with it. They did have a little more of a hiccup because that was the 90s and everything had to be dramatic. And I remember watching, I was saying this last night, watching it and going, Picard, that's not what he's saying. That is not what he's telling you. Shh, let the man talk. And thinking that when I first saw it when I was a kid, I wouldn't have known what he said, but I had a feeling that was not. We are with you. We understand you. I was like, get your hands on his face. Anyway, that one's done really well. And that's an aspect, I think, of life as a person with a disability, or life as a person who works with people who have disabilities, that you don't see portrayed very often. I mean, interpreters are everywhere. There's not enough of us, but we don't ever see ourselves on TVs or in movies. So that's kind of nice. The movie The Interpreter with Nicole Kidman, was she in the UN, I think? That one, we all talked about that for ages, because that's like a huge ethical issue, that she's overheard something that she doesn't tell what she's supposed to tell. Happens in my everyday life. Everyday life. We're about to go to an assignment, and the deaf person says to me, by the way, I haven't taken any of my medicine for 6 months, but I'm not going to tell the doctor. And the doctor calls me, and I'm like, have you taken your medicine? The person goes, yeah. And I'm like, yes. But it's just parts of my job that I think people say, oh, that's so beautiful, you do sign language. I'm like, some days it sucks. Some days it's awful. But yeah, that's my thing that did well.
I'll have to go back to Captain Cisco again with the episode of Deep Space Nine called Far Beyond the Stars, where he was a science fiction writer named Benny. And he pretty much had a breakdown in the office because of he had just undergone the trauma of seeing a young guy that he knew killed for no reason, and it gets to you after a while. You see people just gunned down in the streets, and it's just because of the color of their skin, or they're choked to death or something like that. And I thought he did that really well, because it can be really draining to have to deal with that all the time. I mean, you can just sort of shove it aside, but eventually it does get to you. And so I think he did a pretty good job.
I love when representation is subtle and they don't sort of shove it in your face. So Charlie Cox is Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
All of his stuff is labeled. He has tags on all of his suits saying what they are. There's Foggy, who just says like, let's cross. Like, it's just so natural and instinctive. But like, translating, gestures, like she cursing. It was adorable. It was like Foggy in that, because he's such a good friend. But it's so subtle, and it makes me more aware of things that I hadn't thought about, but it doesn't shove it in your face. It's like, you should have known. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And Daredevil does it so subtly. So I do kind of have a question for you, Joey Lucas from the Westwood. Have you seen him?
I am aware.
You're aware of
I'm one of those
Westwood.
people that every time somebody asks me about that,
Okay,
my
that's
friend there is nodding at me like, I know what I'm going to be binging soon.
okay. But I know she. I'm trying to believe it. Do you know her name?
Is that Marley Mountain?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
Like she's a wonderfully trained actress. Like, she has an interpreter with her, and it's so well done. Of sort of the social faux pas of like, how do you dress?
Mm-hmm.
Some like, do I talk to you? Do I talk to the interpreter? And then they don't shy away from it. To be like, you're gonna make these missteps. How do you handle it and move forward appropriately?
Yeah. That's pretty much the part of West Wing I'm aware
Okay, that's fine. It's a great show. I highly recommend if you have like political.
of. I mean, to go a little more pop culture, if you saw Niall on Dancing with the Stars, the way that he and his partner worked through him learning how to ballroom dance when he can't hear the music was just amazing. I mean, and I would watch, because I'd watch the little bits before and all the bits on YouTube, because I really don't watch that show normally. I promise. But I did a deep dive on that one because I wanted to see how they were doing it. Things like, if she tapped him twice on the shoulder, it meant turn one way. If she tapped him once, it meant another way. And just recognizing that he's so aware of that we as hearing people are not aware of. And then I tried to watch it during the actual performance, and you couldn't see it. It was just so well done that it just became, like I said, it's subtle, it's natural. It was a beautiful thing, I thought. Not that he's not a beautiful thing. Also, throw that out there, but
I think one of my favorite shows is the British Bake Off, or the British Baking Show, and they include people of all different cultures and abilities. And one season they had a woman named Bryony who, as it turned out, several episodes into it, which we didn't know, she has a hand that only has like a thumb and maybe a finger. And nobody said anything. There weren't any like mentions of it, but they would have the same close-ups of her hands while she was rolling dough and stuff like that. And it was just, it wasn't a thing. She was just there as a contestant.
Another great thing about the Great British Bake Off, I was seeing some behind the scenes. If they start like failing and they're just like emotionally needing a moment, like the hosts will start swearing so that the camera operators can't use the footage.
No.
Yeah, they will start swearing, so like saying things that you can't say on television to give them the time to compose themselves and like get it together. So I love stories of people supporting people and not take off. Any others that did it well or that you want to talk about before I turn it over to the audience and see what they? Otherwise, I have another subtle one. Sulu and his husband. Like, they don't make a big thing out of it. You see his wedding ring, and then at the end, in the Calvin timeline, yes, to be clear. The Calvin timeline, which may or may not be true. That's a different Shrewsbury's gonna bust through the wall on me now.
I saw it on the right by.
I know, I did too. Like, I really thought about just yelling out that Galaxy Quest is the best Star Trek movie just to see if I could get him in here and yell at me. It's fun. But it's very subtle. And then at the end of, what is it, the third one, where you see his husband and their daughter, but it's just, he goes up, they embrace, daughter's there, and they go off. It's not, look everyone, we have a man married to a man and they've adopted a daughter. It's like, no, it's just.
They did that at the end of the third of the, was it the Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah.
All of them come back to the Rebel base, and there's one couple that's a lesbian couple that embrace and hug, and the camera just kind of goes on and it keeps going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess then, it would, speaking of that, it would be like the Mothmans on Warfare. It's a single gender, well, mostly a single gender race, and so we see them in having domestic squabbles and things like that, and there's no big deal made of it. It's just how they are, and they don't really make a big a deal of it. Even the relationship with the Doctor and Isaac on as well, because if I'm not mistaken, that would fit under the definition of pansexuality. Because, I mean, he's not an actual human or humanoid. Well, it's a humanoid robot, but he's not an actual human, and he doesn't have a gender. But Doctor and him still have a relationship, at least for a while. I mean, why try to exterminate the species beyond that?
Is this 50 minutes or is this an hour? Is it really an hour? Oh, it is.
We have 9 minutes and 23 seconds till 15-minute long.
Okay, so it's like, don't they normally have like 10 minutes for you to get to the next panel?
Yeah. So we have 9 more minutes.
Okay.
It's funny when you were talking about Sue's wedding, and I was like, to Brad? Because I follow Uncle George Decay on
Yes.
Facebook.
If you don't follow him on Twitter and Facebook, you're missing out on glorious content.
And just the fact that he had so many followers and a like-minded community is really heartwarming. So I think that we're seeing more and more representation of neurodivergent people of different emotional states, people with different issues. Moon Knight, has PID, dissociative identity disorder.
They did that the best I've seen of it. So far.
So interesting. Turning Red, a young Chinese girl going through puberty, just approaching so many different perspectives more and more in films and in books. Anime is always out there in the forefront. And I think it's really heartening to see different voices. Just so, some little kid in rural Montana might read something in a manga and feel like they are relating to something out in the world. Like, I'm not alone. I think it's just very important to make those connections with the world.
I think it's also important to know that as important as it is to see yourself as the main character in the story, it's also important to see people very different from you as the main character in the story. To be like, it's not all about you. Yours is not the universal experience.
Yeah.
Because not small town Montana, but I grew up in small town Michigan. We had one family of color. And it was just, it was hard because like there wasn't representation of people of color really on television that I was watching, so it's like, being a kid is one of those things where you ask inappropriate questions because you don't know any better than your parents are like, we don't talk about that, and no one will tell you why.
Yeah.
Like, someone just tell me why. Maybe I'm gonna continue to be weird.
Yeah, well, if it's an honest question, I think what you call color, people of color would answer it. But as a person of color, you do begin to you get a sense of if somebody's asking something honestly because they just don't know, or if they're asking it to start a fight.
I think we're doing better with the younger generation, at least for young girls. Because with like Shira and the Princesses of Power, like I wish I had had that growing up. That there's so many different representations of femininity. You have Perfuma, who's very flowery. You have Scorpia, who's built like a linebacker. Should be played by Gwendolyn. You have like sort of under her name for the horde. There's no, not Scorpion, the non-princess. Shadowkeeper? Yeah. Shadowkeeper's amazing. The normal one with the lizard guy and like. Oh yeah. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I can't think of her name. What is it? Is it Lonnie? It might be Lonnie. It might be. But just, they have a different look, different princess, and you know, the sarcastic mermaid princess, which, yeah, that was.
Something I was thinking of as you were talking about growing up in the town. I think that increasing the amount of representation is important, but I don't think we need to increase it to the detriment of what we're showing. I was just thinking, I was born and raised near Atlanta, so there was a dearth of any kind of representation that I wanted to see. But we were still, as small white girls raised by a ministerial family, shown the bad sides of things that weren't like us. So there's a lot, but it's still not good. So I think that with the increased representation we're seeing like you're saying, there's so much stuff now. It becomes important now to look at that and go, that's great. Now how can we make sure that we're doing it correctly? How can we make sure we're doing it with sensitivity and with respect
and not doing the token thing?
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Gwendolyn Christie. I was thinking about how Captain Phasma was built up as this great character, and then they just sort of wasted her.
100%. Still something about that.
They did that, and then there were comments about, how do you know it's a woman in the armor? Like, who cares? Like, do you really need boob armor? Like, go play Warcraft if that's what you're looking for. Here we go. 5 minutes, final thoughts, or anything from the audience that you really enjoyed, really didn't, or just wanted us to weigh in on?
I think Oscar for the Office is actually a pretty good representation of a gay man, especially for like the time.
Okay.
And I think the key to this is they didn't like start out this character being like, this is going to be the gay one.
Mm-hmm.
It was when they were going to like script reading for the first episode of season 3, which is when we find out Oscar. We find out Oscar's gay before that, but that's like the Office is made aware. And it's like they didn't decide that as like when they were developing Oscar as a character. They kind of established him a little, and then they randomly picked one of the characters.
And they sort of showed what it was like to have to be Oscar and to endure all the Michaelisms. I mean, everybody had to endure Michael and Dwightisms. But,
yes.
they gave you a good idea of what it's like, I think, to be a gay man working in an office where you're the only gay man working in the office. I mean, I don't know what that's like, obviously, but I thought that was very well done. I really like that character a lot.
And I really appreciate like how his relationship with Angela develops. Like that first episode of season 3, she is like screaming like, "Get away from me!"
Mhm.
And then like if you look at like the end of the series, like season 7, season 8, they're like living together because Angela broke up with her husband.
Yeah.
And I think some of Oscar's one-liners, it's very reminiscent of like gay internet culture. So it feels like they have a queer writer or like
Someone who grew
consulting
up
queer
in the
people,
times.
like, because he has like a one-liner where Michael said, where they're like talking about Michael's love life. He was dating a woman and said, "I love you" on the third date. And he said, "Wow, that's good even to lesbians."
I mean, I could do a whole panel on, I'm strong Gen X, man. I could do a whole panel on why I love The Office.
Which version? Just the American version?
The American one.
I was kind of taken aback anytime they introduce a new minority category. There's inevitably a start of the first person has to be the best ever, and then they start introducing flaws and kind of working backwards towards more humanized and actual real people, and eventually get to have like, this is a great person having a bad day, and then they start finding the normalized way of things. But it's always like the first person is like the best salvation, and you can kind of follow the same arc with anybody.
Yeah, like, we need to include this, we need to be.
I wonder if they do that because they need, the majority culture is so accustomed to being so homogenous that they feel like they have to do something like that to get your attention. And most of us in the majority culture are like, you really don't. You really don't have to, you just need to write a good character and
Yeah.
I will be very happy with that. Thank you very much.
Consistently good character.
Yes.
I don't need. Thank you. Yeah, we used to have 10 minutes, awesome. I don't need like the best depressed character ever. I need a well-written character who has depression. It's something I have, not something I am.
Yeah.
Although I would love to see more ace representation, because like there's a whole wall of Blockbuster, Barnes and Noble of like romance. Why did they do this? For love? Like, well, I don't know how. Not like they cheated on their spouse. Why don't you just not do that? Because I don't have that. So I don't understand the motivation. So I would love to see someone, well, I would love to see more people who kind of think like that. What if you just, well, I had to. Just like biological imperative. I know, why?
I had to. You're stupid.
Yeah, well, that sort of reminds me of what I was like in high school, because I didn't go to my prom or any of that, because as a teenager, I took a vow of abstinence because I didn't want my mind clouded with trying to seek out opportunities for relationships and sex and all that. So I just took a vow of abstinence. So if it happens, good. If it doesn't, that's fine too. So I guess I'm functionally aromantic.
How do you feel about buddy movies? That's
the difference.
It's like a platonic love.
That's true. Some of them are really well done. Anything with Will Ferrell, I'm just not watching because I can't stand him. And he seems to be in a lot of the buddy kind of movies. Here, Lethal Weapon. I like Lethal Weapon. That's a good partner dynamic that has no romance involved.
Yeah. Or Butch Cassidy, maybe.
Butch Cassidy.
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec, yes. Parks and Rec is a great show. I still can't tell you what it's about, but I like it.
Little Sebastian.
Like, yeah, 5,000 candles in the wind.
Can I ask you, are you dressed as Steven Universe?
Yeah, Stevani.
Yeah, Savant. Awesome.
Steven Universe, another great
Yes.
one. Because there's I'm not truly familiar with, but I know there's non-binary gems. I think there's like some single, please tell me about singular.
So all of the gems are use like she, her pronouns, and like present like fairly femininely. And then some of the fusions, which are like either two gems together or a human and a gem, or like Steven, who's half gem, half human. These are like a human or a gem. Okay. And some of them use either like they don't pronouns, especially if it's like a gem and Steven, for example. And then there's like a lot of just like casual like queer relationships. Like Garnet was the main character, she's what's called a her fusion, so it's basically an analogy for like a wedding or a long-term relationship between two female characters. And we have like multiple like on-screen kisses from them. And it doesn't feel forced, and even when like a relationship is like a focus on an episode, it's not like they're having an issue because they're queer. It's more like they're having relationship problems because it's a relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that show. I watched it with both of my kids, or they watched it with me. They brought me to it, which I really appreciated. Because the opening episodes, you have no idea where you're going. You think, oh, this is a kid show. The kid has a little bit of an annoying voice. You have to get over the first few episodes. And then it has so much more depth than you would think just from this opening episode.
Yeah, the first half season was like, oh, this is fun. And then by the end of season one, you're like, wow, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Any others that did well, or because we've got the 5-minute warning, final thoughts from panelists, things that you want to bring up or mention, things to check out?
I have a fantasy series that I wrote.
Yeah, plug your stuff. This is the time to plug your stuff.
I write mysteries mostly, but I do have a fantasy series that I think a lot of you might enjoy. It has many characters of different abilities physically. There's depression, there's physical injuries to deal with. But it is a story about mental fortitude and dealing with ever-changing world around you. It just explores a lot of different themes that we've talked about here. Yeah, and if you happen to be collecting the Falstaff cards, I have a few.
Plug your
I
stuff.
was gonna say if I'm plugging my stuff. That sounds bad too. First, daddy part and then plug stuff. Oh Lord. My epic fantasy series is, as they tend to be, big and sprawling and has a large universe. But one thing that's been very important to me is I'm a language nerd, obviously, because I'm an interpreter by trade. And I'm very interested in how cultures interact with each other. Not necessarily, obviously they're not Earth-based cultures because this is a different world. But I have a lot of misunderstandings that happen because cultures are butting up against each other. I have characters learning each other's languages and then using it. I was telling my friend the other day, I have to be careful because Chris can sign. And so if I make a little snide comment about Star Trek, he's going to see it and I'm going to hear about it. Not that I would ever sign in a group of hearing people just to say something snide. Never.
But you are the only one who is not like someone just
But I think that that's one thing that's been important to me in my writing and trying to explore those kinds of things. So that might be something interesting. It's called the Arana Chronicles, is the overarching universe, and it has a trilogy and a, what do you call it too? A duology?
Diet?
Thank you. And then there's a new series that started that has 2 books in it so far, but it really is about walking through a world and figuring out how to get along with people that you meet as you walk through the world. So that's me. And then there's this one, which is steampunk adjacent. That's very steam.
Sherman's final thought?
I don't really, this is my last panel for the con, so I don't have anything else to add to it. I don't do any art or writing books, so just here's a thing.
And it's not the best. I don't have a table or anything. I just wander around and meet people. Well, God, last 2 minutes. This is not my last panel. If any of you are into cosplay, I am doing the body positive cosplay at 2:30, something like that. 2:30, I think, in Harlem. If you want to come talk about something. Okay, well, this is my handler, also my.
You were this.
Well, if you want to correct me, then you have to have the right information. Anyway, if you want to talk about like self-confidence. Olmsted, there you go, right next to Vernon. I was a door off. Then Kelsey, I wanted Daphne Reader's on it was amazing. And I think she was on there, but she's not. If you haven't been to any of Sherilyn's costume panels, you're definitely missing out. She's phenomenal. Like, she needs to start leading some tasks for the rest of us. It is noon. We are officially done. So thank you. Thanks so much for coming. Enjoy the last few hours of your talk. Thank you all for coming. This was one of the best discussions I've had. I was really concerned when they had representation in media and then diversity in the nerd world. And I'm like, that sounds like the same panel. That sounds like the same panel.
Well, it could stand some coverage, a little bit of extra coverage.
Yeah. Because I went to diversity in the nerd world to be like, okay, what do I not want to talk about? Already to cover, because if you went to one, you're probably gonna go to the other.
Thanks for moderating.
I think I did a decent job.
Yes. Was that your first panel moderating?
It was my moderating with people I didn't have a connection with previously.
Oh, okay.
Normally I would moderate the costuming panels.
Yes.
And it tends to be like me and Maya in a chair and Daphne.
Yeah.
I know what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
I haven't been.
Yeah.
No, so it's like, I don't know what the background is. No, I was on a panel with
Oh, really?
Was like, listen, moderating things. That's your panel. I will do my best here. Thank you for wanting me to succeed.
What happened? It just went on.
It was all my comic book release panel. And it turned into a lecture on, well, Sony had this, Fox had that, rights to this, and this is when this happened, and this is when that happened. We had to do a Fantastic Four movie right now, or we were gonna lose the rights. It's like, cool, but there are other factors.
Yeah.
And there are two other people who have thoughts.
Oh.
So I think at one point there was 15 minutes where the other one I couldn't get a word in.
Oh, yeah, I heard of that happened.
Yeah, so when it ended, I went to and Jennifer program. Hey, well, it's still fresh in your mind. I'd love to hear it. And I was like, this is bad one. This was a bad one. No, I was moderating.
Yes. Well, I don't know if that's bad. Well, that's actually worse than just one person dominating.
Like, I think if Darren had been the moderator, he would have jumped in because I'm still new to this. I've only been sailing since 2019.
Oh.
And, you know, we missed 2020, so
Yes.
this is my third year.
Yes, yes.
And I was like, I don't think I have the confidence of the strength of will to step into someone who is a good bit older than I am, and be like, you're talking too much.
Yes.
Like, so I know that's something that I have to work on for myself, to be a good analyst and moderator and try to have a discussion.
Yes, I have the bad tendency to just ignore any kind of credentials anybody has. Say what I can say, but, yeah.
Because there's the cultural experience.
Oh, yeah.
You can't learn that from books or classes, it's just one.
Yeah.
Are you headed out, or are you still hanging out?
I'm still hanging out. I'm going to be back in here for the geek trivia.
Oh.
And, yeah, that's it. 12:30. I have my food in my bag.
Good luck with that, you're gonna pay $4 for a bottle of water. Are you kidding me?
Well, it's a free water.
There you go, get the free water. No, I went to the dance party last night, and was like, this guy there's one, it's $4 for a bottle of water, I'm like, all right.
Are you saying now, so the closing ceremony is here?
I think we're gonna leave this, because we got a 4-hour drive back right now. I'll take care of, or probably. Crying, like, parents that abandoned us, they cannot drop them, like, you haven't grabbed the ticket. I'm sure you have. Take care of it. Yeah. 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 Sure. But right. But they're not totally. I've always wanted to try this. We had a funny talk about these. Oh, chapter. I have one tape. He has no color, but I just give it. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I thought you guys were excellent. And it's one of those things that look like, again, like from across the street, I was like, that's great. That's really Charlotte Witch that I would recognize. I mean, beyond iconic. Yeah, all that yards. And then the same way with Strange. I was like, I never that. I don't care what that does.
Nail.
Maybe that's what I had, or. Yeah, yeah.
Hello. This is the coldest room. I love it.
Absolutely nothing of any value whatsoever.
You're in here, uh-oh.
I tell you what, those questions we had about that Star Trek last night, I'm thinking.
Well, thankfully, this is going to run the entire gambit of geekdom and including a couple of science.
Oh, yeah.
And
I'm all there.
So,
this
so
is,
you actually, so you met Shatner and talked and everything?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. I was a reviewer several years ago.
Okay.
And I was.
Oh, like the narrator? Or
No, but I just say whatever he needed, wherever he needed.
You really.
I needed to make sure that he got where he needed.
Oh, so you really like got him through the show for whatever he needed.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
and no one's surprised.
He's a rampaging douchebag.
Yeah.
If I had a choice between hanging with him for 5 minutes or circumcising myself,
What?
I'm going with option B.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest, I see him in 2 panels at least, or 2 each year, like past 2 Dragon Con years. He's entertaining. I guess he's an entertainer, but personally, he's like he's
People like the characters he's done.
Yeah.
He does himself over the top.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a fucking PJ Hooker sliding across the hood of every car ever got.
Yeah, I've been watching that too. Yeah.
Captain Kirk. Give me.
Yeah.
How can you tell me to put your head on straight and stop fucking breathing? Okay? Just stop it.
Yeah. And he wears the toupee, you said?
Oh, yeah. He's been wearing a haircut since he was a serious.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
When Canada exported him, they didn't send all of his hair.
You know, he's Canadian, right? Yeah, yeah. It seems like so many in the American culture are from Canada.
Oh, yeah.
A ton of them.
Oh, yeah.
No disrespect to Canada, I'm just saying, you know, it's.
You're saying how about all 4 of them, and they come out. Some wonderful folks. And then Ryan Reynolds, Mike Myers, Michael J. Fox,
Yeah, also.
Chapter.
And the elf and the Hobbit, what's her name? I can't remember her name.
Sorry,
Yeah, that actress. She's, director and Canadian also.
Yeah, there's on. And it's easy for them, you know, because again, like, the UK is like, Europe and Asia. But just geographically, it's easier for a Canadian to come down and take advantage of the entertainment system.
Yeah. And, I think Scott McWhite, the guy that created whatever, and did SCTV, he was also Canadian.
Normally, SCTV was actually out of Chicago. A lot of the players are doing.
Oh, okay, yeah, John Goodman. No, not John Goodman.
John Candy.
Yeah.
John Candy, Joe Flaherty,
I think
Andrea Martin,
Moranis,
almost,
maybe.
Rick Moranis, almost the whole cast.
Wow.
You guys talked about last night, but what do you think of the direction that they went in our series?
I had the card in a way was similar to the way I was looking at play. I was looking forward to it. I was anticipating some good things. The streaming services were growing money. So, I mean, the potential is there to have an incredible writers, to have amazing sets and costumes and cast, and just, I mean, literally, we've got the resources to build a great piece of entertainment. They're both limited in scope, so, you know, we don't have to be thinking 3 years ahead, you know, what we want to do with it. But I was not thrilled with the first season of the card. The second season, I don't know if I said it, the second season was the spring breaking equivalent of falling downstairs. It was the that shit to bed.
It started off with the on the half, so, and after that,
I thought, for me, second season, no, it was just, I'm just saying, it was disjointed. It didn't make sense. The characters, there was a oh shit, we need seven. Oh God, we need Robin. Whatever, it was.
Yeah.
It was throwing darts of war, you know. What?
The Mr. Pressure was
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, my care meter is not even.
but you're supposed to love all this shit.
Well, I do, but I also see when it's shit as well.
I don't know what they were thinking when they made the show. The first season, all right, I thought that they thought, well, nobody likes it, so we're gonna change directions a little bit. And it didn't work either.
The first season kind of stumbled through. It, you know, kind of basically like tripped over itself a lot, but it made it.
I almost did the exact same hairstyle.
So sad you did. We
But
could have
second
been
season,
I know.
I'm like,
I
more
could
than
have been
drunken in
as
my
you
room, already asleep.
next year.
I keep hoping someone will
Was
copy
it take
that.
your daughter or bed? I'm like, what the hell? I just didn't.
That would be a TV
Never
show.
checked.
Yeah,
Wasn't ever came together.
I'd watch that.
Story, continuity, art.
We'll have it next year at whose con is it anyway? We'll just have somebody come show up.
We ended up watching the last episode of the car, then we watched the Spring World the next episode. I'm like, where the hell was this?
Watching the card and then compared to the Strange New World is like comparing shooting metal and throwing. Oh my God, there's
Nerds, am I right?
Yeah.
Strange New World is going to be the
That's
best
the
Star
villain
Trek
like two Star Trek questions. So they're gonna lose.
the best Star Trek show.
I mean, I love Star Trek, don't get me wrong,
The,
but I knew who was
the
playing.
production design,
I didn't want to give him the easy
the
one.
visuals, but the storytelling is what makes it. They're being true. They're
But-
writing these theories. They're not writing with convention. They're writing a weekly theory.
I think that one was committed, but I got all.
It is really, they've got
I was like, please, they're just.
a great
Salted
mix
bourbon.
of
This one is the
characters
sea salt
that
caramel.
don't need any,
Excuse me, I didn't even moment.
explanation. Yeah, we know
Between that
who
and
it is. Now we're learning about.
Freeze that crack out there. It's
And we're
like,
learning about.
it's not doing you any
But we
favors.
know who that person is. Nurse Kaplan, we know who. that
But what
person
happens at constant?
is. So we don't have to spend all the time on it for this. But if we've got on, we think there's stuff there. Una Chirai, number one, they took a character of two lines. In one episode, the unaired pilot of back in 1966. And they have brought her, and that was a genius movie by bringing her there. And I don't think, and she was in Discovery, just squirreled in every so often to show up at the and I think they did that just as a little fan service. Everybody loved her. And they're just like, oh my God, we want to see more of her. That's what, and that was part of the reason Strange New Worlds in the series got greenlit.
Wait, hang on. Not to interrupt, but to interrupt. How was the attendance for the Star Trek fan?
Honestly, standing
Yes!
the room.
Suck it, Star Wars! Sorry.
The room was completely filled.
Well, let's be honest. There's usually a Star Wars presence, and there's usually not much of a Star Trek. So I was like, I'm gonna have the Star Trek panel this year. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. And we had, so really, you know, and we fielded some surface and some deep questions.
So you did this service and everybody else did questions.
I was the moderator, I asked.
Okay.
And later on this afternoon, we're gonna be on the watch Star Wars.
Oh, all right, let's vote right here, right now. Star Wars or Star Trek? What did you prefer? You are Star Wars. Raise your hand. Oh, awkward, y'all. All will get negative points. You are Star Trek. Raise your hand. Yay, we win.
I got one.
Yeah, he doesn't count it.
Just because he can't count doesn't mean he doesn't count.
I can only go to 9.
It all depends on what was your moment when you was a kid. Like me, my moment was Wrath of Connor and Star Trek. My friend Reggie's was Star Wars.
Children, you included. Oh my God.
What would happen, let's just say that we can do a change time, okay? Let's say that Star Wars came out, Star Trek. Would it have a greater audience?
I think it might, because timing it was here. Star Trek hit 11 years before Star Wars hit. So, yeah, definitely.
They're just different flavors.
There's different, because Star Trek is hope.
Yes.
So we talked about that last night. Star Trek is about hope, positivity. Here's what we do.
And Star Wars is about incest.
Star Wars is about kissing your sister.
That's what Game of Thrones is about.
Star Wars is about selling toys.
But he didn't know it.
But
that doesn't make it better, and that's the reason why he ended up so damaged at the end. It wasn't because he the whole almost killing the nephew. It was because he still loved his sister. Fan fiction writes itself.
Think about their impact on American culture.
That's how much stuff Game of Thrones did to us at the beginning of the show. We're like, dude, incest. By the end of the show, we were like, yay, incest.
And that's why I quit Game of Thrones. I was like, Aaron, they're gonna kill the wolf. I know it.
I'm not arguing that point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think
You will not see the aluminum falcon out there, but they do have the huge restored 11-foot sailing model of the Enterprise from the series. Because it had such a positive influence on American aviation and space life.
when Star Trek came out, a lot of the engineers had that was their inspiration to become scientists, astronauts, and stuff like that.
And you know who the one driving force of why that was James Doohan, Scotty. A month into production, goes to the chief operating office. Every week I get these scripts. He's the one who coined the term technobat. He said, I get these scripts with all of your 27 letter words, we're making up all these technologies you're just throwing on paper. He said, they need to make sense. Are going to be smart. If you say warp drive is this in this episode, warp drive has to be that all the way through. You can't decide, oh, over here warp drive is something different because we need a new plot.
So we will write.
And they took, and it was around Christmas time in 1965. He took 3 weeks with a stack of legal pads and literally wrote what became the Star Trek Bible. He wrote down what warp drive is. He wrote down what shields do. He wrote down what an identity crystal is.
Pause. If you'd like to hear more of this discussion, please come to Star Wars versus Star Trek today, because it is now 12:30. I am the moderator, so I get to boss him around.
Yes, you do.
This is basically going to be beat the geek, and no, you cannot physically beat him. I asked.
I appreciate the distinction.
You're welcome. I just wanted them to know. So this is a device game. You need a device to play. So that way there's no spelling involved on your part. Okay? You are going to go to our website, and I'll work out bring the phones out. And basically, it's you point at your answer and click on that, and that's it. And you can shout when you're excited. You can boo when you're sad. You can mock Shrewsbury anytime. Yes. And I too will be mocking, so I will be able to see all of your status. So I'll be able to see when you start at first and you're thinking you're really good, and suddenly you're like 12. And we don't even have 12. So you are going to go to the website. It's joinmyquiz.com. Join my quiz. Once you're there, so this is a lot like Kahoot, if you played on Kahoot, except it doesn't, you can actually see the questions on your phone, and it gives you fun memes in between, so it entertains you. So once you are there, the code is 049267. 049267. And it automatically gives you a name, so you can't put inappropriate things, sir.
Oh, man.
And that's the joy.
Okay.
And if other people come in, they'll be able to join as we go, because it's all go at your own pace. All right. So, does anybody need a password again?
I will.
I figured.
Okay.
Hello, welcome. Get out your device and I'll tell you where to go. Huh.
You're okay.
All right, you ready? The code is 049267.
67.
All right, you're going to go to joinmyquiz.com.
Ooh.
Are you Harry Potter? Who are you?
I am Shayote Cottontail. I guess they've met. And they know my
That's
bouncy.
better than my name.
So if you're on there, your code is 049267. Hi guys, are you here for geek trivia? Nope. Hang on. They don't know. They look confused. They're anime.
Anime characters.
All right. If you're ready, I'm pushing start, and if for some reason you log off, we can get you back on. And you're gonna push start two.
Go. One.
Hey guys, if you are here for trivia, come up for me. I'm gonna give you the code. So you are going to go to joinmyquiz.com.
Close that TikTok.
Stay. Hey guys, if you're here for trivia, I'll give you the code. I'm gonna go to joinmyquiz.com, and here, if you want, I'll just write it down for you. That way you can do it over there. And the code. 0, yes. 049 267.
That's what we can just start going.
Yeah. So you're gonna go to the website, joinmyquiz.com. So, which internet are you on? I can give you the con Wi-Fi. You better come to us. Oh, their Wi-Fi. That's the password. Yep. Nah. It's funny when y'all get it wrong. Fennel Flapjack is in the win so far. Good job, Fennel. Oh, that's not chlamydia number 2. It's calamendid. Not right. And so, yes, it runs the gambit of fandoms, not just Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Or Star Trek. Yeah, there's fun. Stop that. That's all y'all are. It's a prize. It's a dragon. Now still in the wind. Go for Jet.
Oh, damn it. I know nothing.
You know nothing, John Valjean. Hello, I have the code for you.
Nothing.
Okay. He's losing, so and that makes us happy. Ooh, Fennel's no longer at first. Select. Split. You're getting big wrong, mm-hmm. If you'd like
like the code to participate, I can give that to you, or if you just want to laugh at people, that's okay too.
That's right.
Which one? You can protest later with Google or Google. Oh,
Okay, I'm just gonna leave.
and cry in the corner.
Oh.
Just when you thought you knew things. You're welcome. Did I do it late at night? And giggle and evil? Yes. Oh, yeah, you're way down there, sir. I love potato Perot. That's my favorite one. One of the names is potato Perot. Scrooge is killing it.
Ooh.
No one answered. Yam and fennel are provided in that. If you would like the code to participate, I can give you that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't call it easy trivia.
No.
It's geek trivia. I expect a lot out of my geeks.
Yep.
Hey, you know,
flavors in here. Y'all can just say, hey, I only watch this show.
You're right. Drop them on there.
How many questions are there?
61. Ah, hate and loves. Love your screams of babe. Sadist, yes. It is my life dream. Cosplay doesn't pay itself. I'm too lazy. Did Scrooge get knocked out first place? Still time, Scrooge. Reading is key. And he's been choosing just by color. He's like, I like this one.
I just question.
Hey, that's better than one. So see? Hi, if you want to participate, I can give you the code. So you go to this website and you just type in left. You're welcome.
Oh, this.
Someone did. Well, nobody watched all the shows.
That question was me.
You're McWelcome. Remember that one, because that way we'll talk about it afterwards, and you can be like, or was it one of my tricky spelling ones?
There's no rainbow word.
Well, all you had to do was look at some of our people who are actually wearing rainbows.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you're back. Bless you.
It wasn't that I knew the answer, but the word to match the color of the block, which was always.
I did have fun with that. No, I didn't. It wasn't intentional, so that makes it even better. It chose Alright. Oh, so right now, Yam won, but we'll see. There's still a chance. It's that. So while people are finishing up, have you had a good time besides this panel? Because I know right now you're doubting yourself and you're like, I'm gonna go home and watch TV.
I know planets. I have one here.
So you got one answer.
I got one. I got the planet question.
Yes. He's just looking at himself in a mirror. It's sad. Hey, Bryson, if you want the quiz code, I can give it to you if you want to, or you just enjoy. You won't know a lot of these, judging by the tears of the audience. You won't know.
There's been a lot of tears.
A lot of tears.
A lot of crying.
I mean, it's funny when people cry.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Yeah, everyone's in pain.
Equal opportunity pain. Couple inches I missed that I should, a couple inches I got, but I figured out.
Because I gave up hope. No.
I used my power up phone. How you doing there, Chris?
Shut up.
Not bad.
Not too good.
Subject, Charlie.
The answer is E.
Charlie.
There's no B, it's only colors.
I don't think it's.
There's no crying in baseball. Oh, he's talking about.
I got 16.
I'm at 52. It's asking me my 52nd question.
26%.
It's at the top, it tells you what it's on.
Oh,
See, again, that's why we didn't give them A, B, or C or numbers. That's not good. Pick a color.
My Little Pony.
Sorry.
Screw you.
I did not know that.
I didn't get any My Little Pony questions.
Yeah. There's one. We all got it.
I didn't get it.
She might have just quickly clicked the button.
Oh, I didn't even have to.
Wait, did you get that one wrong?
My Little Pony?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Okay. I was gonna say, I thought you were one.
Wow.
Not a My Little Pony.
Oh.
The brownie.
Oh,
Sorry, nobody's listening to me. There's still a chance. But so far, who's Gam? Whoa, good job, Gam. But there's still a chance for you to be dethroned.
I was trying really hard, man.
Oh, give me a break.
Oh, man, I dropped a 30. That's considering that 50% of the questions, right? I think they're right.
Here for once, I think I won.
The soul.
Got a lot to cover.
I got it right. I got a couple questions right.
See, I told you there was my little question. My little question. I'm retired. Somebody last night at like 1:30, somebody knocked on my door. I was like, thankfully I hosted the true crime panel, so I was like, I'm not answering the door. He was a serial killer. I mean, to be fair, they were just drunk. It's fine. But here I was, trying to sleep, watching true crime. Rude. So without giving the answers, because some people are still doing it, what were the questions that frustrated you most so I can experience true joy?
Supernatural.
Supernatural, Doctor Who.
So guys, even if you want trivia, I can give you the website and you can do it on your own time.
Yeah, so one more is what food and the answers are planets. We're not eating
See, I get that you're upset. It's not breaking everything.
I don't want to start, so I didn't get one.
Oh, wait.
I had that one for a few years. Supernatural one because don't worry, the last one.
All right, I'll be right back.
Jessica tried to work.
No.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
I'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Oh, that's the horror panel. Sorry. Different game.
Did you really not go over all the
He sees you shiver with anticipation. Do you want to just stay right there and maybe give you the money?
No, I want shit to fall and break again.
As long as it brings you joy. You don't get the dragon today, sir. Ooh, see, that's what's fun about having latecomers because they can still upset the whole game.
I used to like you, you know.
That's a lie.
I did.
That's because I was fake.
Huh? No, it's because I saw your skirt that one time.
I mean, to be fair, that's why I do wear shorts. Because
Exactly, they were cool.
Yeah. All right. So any other? Okay, so Supernatural fandom that stumped a lot of you.
Oh, I've never seen that show. I've never watched it.
But the man candy, you would enjoy it.
I would not.
That one Doctor Who question where he asked about food, no answers were planets.
Yeah, there was one question where the answers were duplicated from the previous question.
Yeah, that was a
There was
wrong.
2 questions in a row, the same question, different answers. One was foods and then
One was planets.
That's fun.
No.
That was
I'm gonna blame the website.
Okay.
That's why
So everybody got that one wrong, so that put everybody on equal footing.
I got that one right.
What is it?
Hey.
Footing?
Foot.
You and your ableist bullshit.
No, foot means one. You have a foot. It's okay.
That's why there's a chair.
What?
Yeah, you can't really give me this
I
way.
didn't hear what she said.
That's why there's a chair between us.
No,
It's
I
true.
put the chair between us.
Sure, yeah.
Because there's sexual tension.
There's his protection.
So much. It sizzles.
Does it not? It's like bacon frying.
And it smells delicious.
Our relationship is gluten free.
Aw, that's lovely.
That's the nicest thing I've ever said about it.
I know, right? So what other ones were, besides the one the website messed up on?
I didn't watch Family Stars, so.
Oh, I
You
did.
need to.
I like those.
Oh.
Those are good.
Because a lot of times Battlestar gets ignored, but, okay.
And
I know I just watched Doctor Who a couple of years ago. I know.
I know, it's okay, we'll still accept you, but
and-
Starbucks, so hard.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
the Trek questions were good. The Trek questions were
You
good.
promised me there was going to be 2 of those.
Well, I don't math. I'm a librarian. Oh, guys, hi, my name is Jessica Reed. Thank you for coming to the Geek Track. He was just talking so much that I just had to interrupt. I am the Geek Track Director for ConCarolinas. I am also the Secretary for ConCon. So I take notes and I create the Geek Track. So if you like the Geek Track this year, thank you so much. If you don't, please don't tell me.
Good geek program this year.
Thank you. I thought so.
Every panel that I've done, because I'm a draw. Everybody listen.
It's
Hey,
I
everybody's just like, "Where's the crazy man in a wheelchair? He's gonna do some shit." And that's why. But my panels have been extremely well attended.
whose con was it anyway? I laughed so hard,
Especially
especially the very end, the Superman one.
Yeah.
Magic Sack. Oh, that North.
That was great. That was great. And did you see how many people were in the room? The room was
Yes.
almost full.
It was, and I know I counted.
We filled up Burnham. I mean, people were literally standing in Burnham for the Star Trek panel yesterday.
I know, and that's why I put it in the smaller because I was like, only Star Wars people come to this con. So, clearly you know which side I'm going to be on in the Star Wars versus Star Trek. Okay. What else?
And I'm the completely unbiased and fair moderator for that panel.
That's why we added extra.
You're wrong and prosper, bitches.
And if you do go to that panel, you actually do at the end get to vote on which side presented better, not which side you actually believe. So it's whoever had the best words.
The best.
And it's going to be one of the last panels, so they're not going to have really good words. So you get to make them feel bad. That is our goal. You get to say, well, I really like this one, but you know, your words were weak and ineffective. So
My word foo is strong. Oh yeah.
and that's why he's the moderator.
For Trek, it is. Oh yeah.
That's
For Trek, I can Trek all day long and twice on Thursday.
Sorry. That was for the dancing. So what were some of the questions that you liked, did not like? What are some of your fandoms? Let's talk, guys. We got some time. Harry Potter? Did I hear Harry Potter? Harry Potter. As long as we do not mention she who shall not be named, we can still talk about Harry Potter.
Everyone knows Danny Radcliffe is the inventor.
I love Daniel Radcliffe.
She who shall not be named.
The author.
Oh.
Yeah. So as long as we don't give her any more money and we just buy people who make other stuff.
Oh, at one point, and I'm not suggesting that we should, we have got some amazing art, film, television, painting, sculpture, art, music. And it is amazing and great and inspirational and catchy, and we love it, and we want to, and it's going to go through history and very important stuff. And a lot of it is created by people who are rampaging douchebags.
Oh yeah, Josh Whedon. He has created some of our favorite fandoms. He has worked. He has created beautiful things that we love. And he is a garbage person.
So what do we do with that art? Are we still allowed to support that art? Is that person still allowed to make art? Are we being somehow bad people if douchebag number 7 that we read about writes a song and we really like the song and we buy the song or whatever? Are we then supporting the evil of the universe?
So the line I always draw is I can support anything they have created up until I know that they are a douchebag, and anything they created after that, I cannot support. So before, I could say I was innocent and I could still love it. And because that was the before times. That's like a marriage. You can look at the before times and go, that was a good part of our life. This is not a good time, and that's why we're divorced.
I tell you with me,
I mean, everybody's allowed their own opinions. You don't have to agree with
you can't differentiate. I remember when I was in college, I went to an R. Kelly concert, right?
Mm.
Yeah, but it didn't turn out to be so great. And I don't cancel anyone unless they're like a mass murderer, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Che. I don't.
Hitler's a top
man. Anybody that produces anything, agree or don't agree with what their politics is or whatever, I'm interested in what they're working, not their person. I don't want to go see Top Gun. I'm not into Scientology, and I don't know, but I'm still going to go see the movie.
But he's also just not that great of an actor, and he's also this big. He would not. Statistically, he would not be able to beat the role that he is in.
Who?
Tom Cruise.
No, he would be. Fighter pilots are not allowed to be over 5'11".
Sorry, I'm thinking of some of his. Sorry.
It couldn't be Jack Reacher.
That's who I was actually who I had issues with, and I refused to watch it for that reason. I was like, he was supposed to be a certain, and the fact that he wears lifts, but.
I wonder.
I don't want to watch Top Gun, not just because the character is a douche. So it's not even him. Like, I'll watch him and other things, but I mean, he is no Lestat.
Right.
I will fight you on that.
Okay, let's say we've got somebody who creates. I'm trying to think of like an example that sounds unpleasant. Somebody who makes movies. They've made a bunch of movies that we really like. All of a sudden, we find out through the Twitter detectives that they think God help you if you did something 28 years ago. And they find out that he made some pretty racist comments. Okay, now I'm gonna use your standard. Up to that point, you're gonna say, after that, anything done after that, you don't feel comfortable with, and it's personal choice. You don't feel comfortable with it because I know that this person, at one time in their life, maybe currently, maybe then, purported racist tendencies.
Well,
Now they make another movie, and in terms of being a movie in an isolated universe, it's a good movie. It's well acted, it's got great stars, great music, costumes, production design. It's awesome. It's a great movie. Are we able to separate the fact that behind the scenes of that movie was a racist asshole? Or do we have to connect them? Do we have to?
I think you have to separate the art and the artist at some points. Because throughout history, all artists, anyone with a little bit of talent, they've all been a little nuts. I mean, if you go back, that's a great example. If you have a guy that falls in love with a woman and say like, he's so in love with you, he cuts off a body part and mails it to you, that's a stalking level red flag. And Van Gogh has a famous painting about it because that's literally what he did because he was insane. Yet he's the most celebrated artist.
Yeah.
Like everyone, there's books, like you buy a Van Gogh, that's millions of dollars. He literally went nuts, cut off his own ear and said, "Here, honey, this is how much I love you." There were some mental issues going on.
Like you got lead poisoning.
He had lead poisoning,
From
but he had something going on. Nowadays, if somebody said, "Hey, I really love you, here, have a piece of me," there's, Me Too movement. So there's always been issues. Like, I hate to say the book that got me into science fiction more than anything else was Ender's Game. Card is not a nice person.
No, he's not.
But
the Ender's Game series. Oh my God!
So you
amazing
kind of have to split it out and say, hey, they're writing. I understand it. These people wrote it. The Starship Troopers, the book, giantly racist.
If you're in this room and you have never in your life said or done anything that other people could be offended by, please raise your hand.
Well, and that is why
Congratulations, we're all canceled.
Sir, let me talk. Let me say my words. Let me remember what I was going to say. Okay. I do have a problem with canceling people for things that they said 20 years ago. Because we as a society have always believed that people can change. And maybe something in their life, because a lot of times people, whether it's how they grew up, who they surrounded themselves with, they can have a negative point of view that can be changed when they meet other people, when they get outside of that little tiny community, when they walk away from that church. And so they can change. So I do think that things from the past, unless it is a physical assault, if you rape someone, chances are that is who you are as a person. That is not going to change. However, your personal beliefs can change over time because of what you're exposed to. So at that point, I say, okay, 20 years ago, I did this. I'm going to have him on watch, but I want to see how they act now. And if they have changed, if they are showing that they have grown as a person, I will allow it.
And you are judging them based on your evaluation as an individual.
Yes.
I think the problem with the internet culture that we have today, which it appears 99% of America, especially, everybody wants to be part of a group. I want to be part of Group A that hates so-and-so. I want to be part of Group B that wants to give them a chance. So while you're doing it as an individual and evaluating and making your decisions, a lot of people are like, what are they saying? What are they saying? What are they saying? I'll go. I'll plug into an existing movement.
Yes, I am a librarian, so I want to research.
So, and I think that's the problem. Because if we were all left to make an individual decision, you have a level playing field. And somebody like Bill Cosby will not have a career. He just won't. If he was walking the streets,
He ruined my childhood. Like going back and looking at that, watching the Cosby Show, and knowing what he was doing at that time, I'm like, you took away. He was my father growing up. I didn't have one. I had him. And yes, sir.
Bill Cosby did a lot of child, bringing things in light about different issues that we're facing in society. I grew up in the 70s. Racially, he did some things like that. And I think a lot of times we place our ideas on heroes, but all heroes, even in comic books, have their failings.
Right, but drugging and raping women is not a failing, really. Like
Well, it
that's,
is. I mean, during that time, we thought he was the greatest thing. He was, a person to look up to. But probably during those times, he probably was doing those things, and people kind of shoved it under the rug. And then one day, you can't shove it under the rug anymore. It's not acceptable anymore. Something like, for example, John Wayne. A lot of people look up to John Wayne.
Oh, God.
John Wayne he was a
table raiser. His racism was horrendous.
Yeah. But during that time, that was acceptable. Now it's not. So
John Wayne was an American actor. For those of you if you're under 48 years old, you won't know who he is. He was a mega star. He was like in almost every Western out there.
And he always played a good guy.
He was a
Most
big
of my
star.
favorite teams, good guy.
But if you go back and watch some, oh God, the sexism in those movies. Like, we were watching one and, I don't know, he started spanking the girl in the middle of town and after chasing her out, I was like, that mother. Sorry.
Look at Gone with the Wind.
Yeah,
He commits sexual assault in that movie. No, you're not turning me out tonight, and grabs her and carries her upstairs, and they have sex.
Frankie, my dear.
Or implied sex. Come on, folks. In today's culture, you'd be arrested for that.
One would hope.
That's a Me 3, not Me 2. Now, but Bill Cosby would not have a career after what he did. Let's say everybody made their own decisions and used your system, which I think is awesome. He would not have a career. People would not be working with that. Most reasonable people. Louis C.K. He's a creep. Weird dressing room kind of stuff. Spend some time off the stage. I think he would have a career that he could rebuild because I think it comes down to how you react to the behavior that the offense that they committed. And we have a hierarchy of evil in our minds. Jaywalking is here, murder is here. It's just the way we process things. But your system works if we all do it individually. But again, I think so many people want to plug into a movement or a group.
Yes.
Who that is considered to have been canceled doesn't have their career now?
Doesn't? Kevin Spacey is one that comes to mind.
Kevin Spacey.
That's actual, he's been arrested. It's not just cancel culture.
Well, I think the egregious nature of when they get to the level of being canceled, the offense is also something that has legal repercussions.
Right.
And
more
I think
people
for
come.
statute of limitations, they committed it more recently, or the offense is so bad. You did this 20 years ago, we could arrest you for it. Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens now.
Let's do Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. They are both trash. Like watching that when people are like, no, justice for Johnny. Like, yes, Amber Heard, complete trash. But when you're watching it, the arrogance of Johnny Depp when he's answering those questions, I'm like, I want to throat punch him. And the fact that he was majorly drunk and coked out through most of their relationship, he might not have any idea what she did. I mean, she did poop on his bed, so we're all agreeing that she's crazy. But he is a different level of bad. So I do, like people say justice for Johnny, I think he can only, now that we see that, we can only view him as, he can play a bad guy. But we're not going to take him as a pure little.
Because he won.
Why is this?
And we live in a headline culture too.
Why is this
People
not
don't
society
drill down
not
to
be
the
watching
details.
it?
They see
Oh my God,
These are two horrible people that are fighting over money they didn't need.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? Like, I just.
Here's an example.
I care because TikTok told me I did.
See, that's the problem.
I'm so interested to see what happens with Amber Heard now. Also, I want to see what the long-term effects will, what's going to happen.
Because let's be honest, he
should have gone to jail.
The reason why he smacked him was because he knew that he had sex with Jada a couple of years ago, and so and Jada wasn't happy with it because he was laughing. But as soon as he looked over and saw Jada, he was like, "Oh, I gotta go be mad too."
He tolerated the joke, saw her, and then he's like, "Oh,
and the only reason why
I gotta be pissed."
Right, and she was really upset because she knew that they had slept together, and she was like rude. And she used to be the one in control. That is another very toxic relationship that I think is based on Scientology because they don't like each other. And if you watch either Jada and Will, if you watch their interviews where they're talking about their relationship, she clearly hates him. And I don't know if it's an abusive relationship and he just puts up with it, or if Scientology has something on both of them that they have to stay in that relationship. But she is stuck on Tupac, who died way too long ago. And but it is a whole nother level of crazy. They should get with Amber and Johnny and really just talk.
Who cares?
We care.
No, we shouldn't.
We are
That's-
geeks.
we
No,
shouldn't.
it's
That
fascinating.
shouldn't we? That's the problem. We shouldn't.
But because they make us feel better about ourselves. I feel really good watching them.
I think a lot of times it's the names that attach to it. Because if I went on stage and smacked somebody upside the head because they insulted my wife, nobody would probably care. I'd probably be arrested.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You know, but when he did it, everybody made a big deal out of it. Real big deal out of it, sometimes unnecessary.
Hang on, did Acorn Achilles, who's that?
Huh?
Who was Acorn Achilles? Did you get all the questions right? Oh, I was gonna say, what?
Now, and also, there's a lot of different factors going on. You know, the specifics of it. You know, what would have happened? Let's just remember, and the same exact thing happened, but it's not Will Smith and Jada. It's Tom Hanks. And Tom, uncharacteristically, gets pissed because of something Chris Rock says about Rita Wilson and goes up there and slaps the shit out of her.
Go to jail.
I got a $5 bet that says 99% of America is going to be like Chris Rock because of how much we love Tom Hanks. And his entire body of work we respect, we love, blah, blah, blah.
I don't know, like watching, because I watched it live, watching the response with the Will Smith, because that was so out of character. I mean, how many people were like, started singing the Eminem song, well, Will Smith don't have to cuss in his rap like I do. Sorry, that was the Eminem people. So.
I think it also needs to be remarked, since we're talking a lot about different artists, actors, authors that are controversial, potentially because of something they started outside of their body of work, but we should also acknowledge that we have a lot of that same toxicity in the fandom. I guarantee everybody in here has a story or heard a story of somebody who had to deal with the toxicity in the gaming group, or just such an intense level of gatekeeping that whatever they input just isn't fun anymore. They can't even touch it.
Or you had a horrible panel experience where you watched somebody and you were so uncomfortable. Like, who here has not sat at a panel and been so uncomfortable by what somebody up here was saying, besides Shrewsbury?
No, it's Shrewsbury. I hear you.
I mean, there have been people where I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. And, but that is where we do have to let people know. We do have to let the con know when we are that level of uncomfortable, or if somebody comes up to you afterwards and they are that next level of creepy. We have to be able to, because for so long we did not talk about those people. We did not say these people are sexist, these people are racist, these people have come up to me and made me feel so uncomfortable, and they have been given a free pass and they continue to travel around and go to the conventions and talk, and they're the voice, but they are silencing other voices. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. What you got now?
No, I don't disagree.
Who was Acorn Achilles? Hang on. Did they leave? All right. Who was Yang? You get the dragon because you beat the geek. And now you hit it. Sorry, I want to do that for the chicken.
She's the dragon queen.
All right, so what other random geeky thing? Okay, we got on a really serious topic. That was fast.
Very serious.
Last night, a geeky dance. It was epic because I mean, you've seen that.
You and Darren just together is always epic.
We had, we went down the line and we each had our funny one and we laughed and we, audience participation. And then the time hit on a topic And it opened up into a beautiful, serious 35-minute discussion of toxicity and fandom in our culture and our inability to have discourse. It was amazing, epic, beautiful, completely non-funny, and it was perfect. It really was awesome. Talk to Dave, ask Darren about it, or
Was anybody here?
You were in last night. It was, I mean, from my perspective, it was amazing. And people shared, and we shared. Like the time we talked about toxic fandom, you know, she works for, or at least at that time worked for a video game developer. She said that she personally got death threats because her company changed the color of a gun in the video game. And she ends up getting death threats because of that shit. And look at how many people in entertainment have just been crucified on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and others, to the point to where they were treated like, I'm done, I'm taxing out, because they cannot take the react. You know, the young woman, Kaplan, who played Rose in.
And I loved her.
She was beautiful. She was a beautiful woman. She had a great character. I mean, she and Finn had a great dynamic. But because she wasn't a stick-thin, anorexic-looking white girl, people went fucking nuts.
And it's sad because these small voices, I'm sure there's a greater crowd, bigger crowd of those who, like you said, enjoy everything she does. But it's that small crowd that puts the toxic poison and kills the character. That small group that doesn't need to be that way.
And usually, and when I say they're wrong, I don't mean just either racist beliefs or whatever, or their misogyny, but I mean their facts are even wrong. Star Trek Discovery, black female protagonist. All the neckbeards lost their shit. Oh my God, a woman. Oh my God, she's black. I mean, that level of obviously, it was like, I don't like her. It was like, they were just like, hi, I'm a racist. And they talked about Star Trek is going to just like the Star Trek it used to be, you know. And I'm thinking like, wait a minute, Captain Kirk and Uhura had the first ever interracial kiss on television anywhere in the world in 1967. We had a black female bridge officer on the Enterprise in 1968. We had an Asian, we had a Russian joined me later. Bullshit, diversity was not.
Well, the Russian, I think, was actually the bigger thing because of all the things that we were going through with Russia. The fact that we were like, no, we would definitely trust this Russian on our helm.
And he would, but also they grabbed him because they wanted, honestly, to capitalize on the TV girl market. That's why they gave him the Beatle mop top haircut.
Oh yeah, he was adorable.
Well, the reason Glenn Roddenberry, in my interpretation, is he wanted to show us that we have progressed beyond, we're better than that now. And he wanted to show that.
He wanted to show it, but he still made the cat and I horn dog.
Well, there's something about green women that just, how you do it, you know.
He also had a black scientist who invented a machine that, you know, and at that time, there was a lot of misconception of racists and different colors, what they can do, what they can't do. And I think he wanted to break that barrier.
And which is why Star Trek is better than Star Wars. Dark now. Speaking of, you gotta
I think that Uhura flew under the radar as a black officer on the bridge because she was effectively a glorified telephone operator.
Yeah, but if you don't have that, then you are screwed.
I mean, character-wise, she was a pilot. She was just there because it'd be good if you were black. It'd be good if you had a woman to her hair. That was literally what her purpose was. Same thing in Next Generation. For the first 3 seasons, Crusher and Troy were set pieces.
Yeah.
They didn't have story arcs. They didn't develop or grow. They didn't have any, you know, positive effect on the narrative until the toxicity in that writer's room got changed. So, I mean, it's today as well as back then.
All right, so we do have to wrap it up now. My name is Jessica Reed. Again, I'm the Geek Track Director.
Good job.
Who are you?
I'm just Richard Berry. I don't write anything, I don't sculpt, paint, or anything. So I'm not trying to separate you from your dollar. I don't have a table anywhere. And the last thing I'm going to be doing is ConCarolinas in this room, starting at 2:00 is Persuade Me Star Wars.
And within the next week or so, there will be a survey on our social media sites just to kind of get some feedback about what went well, what did not, what would you like to see next year, because this is a fan convention. We want to make sure that your voice is heard. So it is important to be on the lookout for that, and please answer honestly about how amazing I am.
Seriously, like, go to all of it, details. If you want to see, I want to explore the world of secrets, what the hell ever, put it down. Because you're probably not alone in that.
Right. If you want to have a Hamilton sing along, let me know. Right? Oh my gosh. Because I think Hamilton sing along will be in here, and we all just like, everybody could act out.
You make a good pair.
Thank you. It's our chemistry. We're so adorable together.
I bet you love it in here or some other places.
He does it all the time.
I've been on several episodes of the Predator.
They always catch him.
Look, she said she was 13 and then they're hot.
You gotta catch him off.
I've been hearing that voice for the con all weekend, and I just realized who you are, and I can't remember your TikTok name.
Hey, library.
I'm Blue Magpie.
Hi. It's so weird when you actually like meet people in real life. You're like, I know you. Hi. So I know sometimes I don't quite have the thick draw.
Right.
Because I need people to hear it.
Right. And I was like, oh, I'm like, I know that voice.
It's like, why does that voice make me giggle?
And then I'm sitting there, you're like, librarian, and all the little brain cells connect. It's like, hi.
Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself.
I have. This is our first time at this con. We've had a fabulous time.
This is my favorite. This is actually my first con. When I and that was how I realized that I could actually let my geek flag fly before that I did everything. And I was like, wait,
right.
There's other weirdos I need to talk about. Like, where are my weird things?
Right, right, yes.
So this will always be my home con. This is my
It's been a great
so my
time.
first one is the reason why I realized that I could dress weird and let people know that I like Xena and I like Buffy and comics. Before that, I didn't wear my nerdy shirts out in public.
Right.
So this is, that's why I'm so protective of it. I'm like, no, we have to be panelists. We have to make sure we're nice to people. Go.
Can I do something? Huh? Can I do
Yes.
something? Yeah. Thank you.
I know, it's like, now I gotta go to an official meeting. I gotta go like, on stuff. It's not. I'm like, I want to talk about geeky things.
Not even over.
I know. Well, we have to go over the positive, negative, all that. How we make it better.
Well, please make sure to know that from the moderator side, this has been amazing.
Okay, so it's run smoothly.
It is run smoothly, like the logistics of moving around, not gonna let panels and breaking news.
Good, because we were worried that people would be upset about the breaks.
Okay, well, what that does, that lessens the amount of panels you can have, I get that, but it means you're not breakneck running somewhere.
That is P breaks, that was what.
It works.
Well, I think it's.
This is our first
great. I mean, what's not great?
I didn't realize how badly everything was sad. I felt like tracks would not do that. Like you could go a whole track, you could not do that. I was like, no, my ADHD, stop it. I know. Well, and part of that is because, especially like Geek Life is usually some of the bigger panels. So if we let out all at the same time, both sides, then the hall was completely dead.
Yeah,
So
I can look at it and see why. It's just like, I know.
Oh, I know. I've been in panels and I go, I want to go this one. Okay, I'm just doing it.
Every panel, like the moderator forbidden, the timekeeper is in the
Yeah.
just as simple, you get 10 minutes, you get 5 minutes. Because I'm not looking at that clock when I'm up here. I'm, you know me, I'm with my mouth and talking, interacting. That's the last thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
So those folks, if you're quietly, I have a timekeeper at every single panel. That's been awesome.
my one actual.
Real?
I wear your own shirts up this XL.
I think we had, but I guess I'll. Yeah, I
Those probably we order online with the comment.
I didn't even know, so we'll make sure we get more.
And they were saying that they might be able to put up a link where we could just order one app.
Yes, I really love the art. Yes, the art, Mirabelli did such a good job this year.
I actually met Mirabelli at game. Yeah, this is like starting last fall, which was con.
It's so nice when they start meeting people.
I was like, when we get to the game.
All right, it's like, all right, I gotta go here.
Yeah, I'm here. He's something positive, and then he puts on the LPD.
So his story had was to us as an audience, I mean, other than trying to get past the senses, was there's a better world we can make.
Yeah.
And this is how this is what it's gonna look like if we do that.
Yeah, it was going over. And also, he stole from Shakespeare all over the place.
Yeah.
In all of his episodes, you can count, there's probably 10 or 15 episodes that are direct rips of Shakespeare.
Even Next Generation.
Oh, yeah, same thing, yeah.
Well, he was part of that too.
Right, he was involved in up through season 4. He was, and there were a lot of changes in that when he had to let Dorian got put and writers reshuffled.
Some of the writers, I think. Yes, I can. Some of them suck. Some of them suck. I think it should have been.
Of course. I think one of the best Star Trek writers rooms, Strange New Worlds, of course, I can prove that. He's just done.
As I say, you should still.
Read by Iris the Bear.
Because it showed, I mean, everything was white and clean, and, it showed a little more darker side.
Yeah.
And to be realistic, I thought that was more realistic of what things would look like in the future. We're not going to change that much.
And that was when Gene was adamant and actually shot down stories and or red pen scripts that were submitted. Anything that painted the Federation or Starfleet officer in a bad one, Starfleet officer you will never have a Starfleet officer who cheats on his duties or is late to work all the time or all whatever. No, they're perfect. They're advanced. They've evolved, and you took the humanity out of it. I mean, what makes stories conflict? Man, it's when you go back to the literature class, man, it's man is nature, man is people. Those are the 3 areas of conflict, and he wanted to eliminate that. Your conflicts cannot always be outside, coming on trauma or sometimes you have self-doubt. Sometimes the person that you're going to do to you, I mean, whatever, or somebody fucks up and doesn't do maintenance correctly, and shit breaks down. Whatever it is, people are still people, but you need that. And that's why a lot of those people, and that's why everything was nice, blah, blah, blah. Until the 3rd, 4th, 5th year in, you started to see cracks in that. Writers, like, you have 2 guys that each other. And they were like almost afraid to do it.
Well, sometimes saw it on Star Trek. I don't remember the name of the episode, but it was like Spock, and he walked into a room, and one guy said something smart about Vulcans or something. He just kind of looked at it.
Well, the Battles of Terror episode, which was fairly early in the series, they showed a very specific anti-vote, anti-Romulan, racist, from a couple guys. But it was like they hit it head on. Styles, who was an navigator, starts mouthing off and making under that comment. And Kirk, look, mister, and basically, that has no thing on that race. And like hit it head on, he attacked race there. So it wasn't like he just festered and stayed there as an element of his character, which is more realistic. It wasn't like Kirk spinning him around, put a finger in his face, changed what he thought about people.
When people walk into a room, they look at someone, they judge them by their limitations already. Their limitations may be their color of skin.
You're telling me that?
Well, I'm saying.
I'm not that. Dude, I live that every day. I hear you. I agree with you.
And the thing about it is, when you judge people like that, you're shallow. You have no use. You don't need to be here. You need to judge. When you walk in, what you should be judging is by their strengths. You see someone.
That is a good one. I was in the Navy.
I was in the Marine Corps.
I'm sorry. I'm using all the big words and
I don't eat crayons, not yet.
There we go. I was senior chief. And when I came out, it was difficult for a while because I had to learn how to do small talk. Small talk doesn't exist.
Have you figured that out yet?
Okay. Small talk doesn't exist in the military because literally, when you see someone, they're wearing their resume.
Yes, sir.
In one glance, I can tell you your name, everything that you've accomplished. I can tell you what you're qualified to do. I can tell you where you are in the rank structure compared to me. I have evaluated you based on tangible evidence, and vice versa. When I walk into a room in the khakis, boom, 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 air crew, air warfare specialist, senior GPA, so doing the same exact thing. And so you didn't have to go, so hi, how are you? How much money do you make? Where do you work? Oh, you are way past that already just by glancing at somebody.
Let me speak to that. I've been in the military for quite a number of years. I was in the Marines, I was sniper, I was in infantry. And I got out, worked for Fire Pressure, joined the Guard, got deployed, more with the Guard. And I found myself catching myself doing that. The reason I caught myself doing it is because her thought method is older than me. And there were some things that I was pretty much way over here somewhere. And sometimes I have a conversation with her. I got to see things from a different light sometimes.
I mean, in the military specifically, it happens on different levels. I think the military is much more complicated, but every group out there has got, and that's what I meant. It's sort of the internet. Every group has got there. This is what we believe. These are our official or unofficial rules. Here's our position on X.
Internet, to me, it seems like they're trying to tell you what your opinion should be. And it makes me mad because, no, that's not my opinion.
Well, that's what I meant. I mean, depending on what .com you go to, Donald Trump is either the devil incarnate and should be hung up by his nutsack and beaten, or he's the savior of the universe, and Jesus should get down and bow to him. I mean, literally, those are the two. And if everybody is out there shouting, and I think what happens is whichever one of those camps, a person falls into, or toward that extreme, a person falls into, when you hear your opinion all the time from other people, that just reinforces. You're not hearing another opinion. Nobody's saying, but look at this, but look at this evidence. So you're surrounding yourself by people who are going to just echo what you say.
Well, those got the fact that some things too, is, people lay out facts. I'm gonna use COVID-19 for example, you've seen that too. People swear them down that if you get the shot, you're gonna either grow a third eyeball out of your head or something.
Yeah.
You know,
Like Wi-Fi out and you can't kill them out. Yeah.
some of the stuff is pure downright silly, okay? They said, you know, this hasn't been tested and we're the guinea pigs, you're gonna get the shot, you're gonna, the one I love the best is you get the shot and the government's gonna be able to track you. You get a microchip. And I laugh at that, I says, the government can't even keep track of how much I pay on my taxes. Oh, they have to keep track of me. I am not that important for you to keep an eye on that on me.
But remember, this is, at that point, we had an American president who stood at a microphone in front of reporters and suggested that people should drink the leash.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, I saw, he said that.
And
that's scary as fuck.
We're supposed to.
I guarantee you there are millions of people in the country who are like, President said it. And especially if you're in his camp and you drink that Kool-Aid, you're like, oh yeah, he's awesome and great. Hell, I'm surprised we didn't have 5 million people die from Clorox poisoning.
Maybe we should get rid of them. I mean, that's just, you know, we focus on the team pool a little bit.
Well, the thing is, I left, but it hurts me that the people that are really strong, right, and really believe in him, it hurts me that the people they should be able to believe in, to lead them confidently and strongly, and for the health of the nation, they have not just abandoned them, they are milking them like cattle for money and power. And I disagree with everything they believe in. I understand what they believe, whatever. But the fact that they have put their faith in people that don't give about them, they don't care. Donald Trump wouldn't spit on you. He wouldn't piss on you if you were in hell begging for water. He wouldn't have a beer with you. He wouldn't hang out on the golf course with you. You are nothing to him. But you believe in him so wholeheartedly that you will ignore the evidence of your eyes.
And that's I mean, it's like listening to toddlers talk. And it's just like, you know, play hide and seek with the 3-year-old. And they're like, okay. And they close their eyes and they think, their brain is like, if I can't see you, you can't see me. Okay, that's the level that I think a lot of people, but also there's some lefties who have that same mentality of like, no matter what I see, if it reinforces my opinion, no matter how fucking ridiculous, I'm going to accept that on the shelf of truth. And no matter what I see, if it refutes against my opinion, I'm just going to say no. And I mean, it's like, but it's right here. No. The whole bleach comment. Donald Trump said that in front of reporters, every network and blog and everybody else in between. But he's said that's like shocked. And the next day, the press secretary denied he said it. And I guarantee you, there were millions of people in this country saying, see, I didn't say it. You fucking saw him say it. Well, you heard him say it. But
you got those who said somebody put a video clip of somebody, it wasn't him say it, it was somebody else to say it, so you make it look bad. You know, and there's 101 different stories of trying to explain that.
But even that I'll go with. I mean, you had people who just literally denied, just literally ignored empirical scientific in your face, concrete factual evidence about a ton of different topics. And it's like, no. It's like, I don't know. When Kellyanne Conway used the phrase alternative facts, are you fucking kidding me? That's like saying it's raining outside. So I'm sorry, we have alternative facts that say it's sunny outside. You're fucking delusional. That's crazy talk. But it became an actual belief system. That's psychotic. That meets the legal definition for psychosis. But
You get that on both sides.
exactly. You're exactly right.
My family, when they had the riots, they won't riot, they were protesting. We sit there watching TV. We sit there watch these idiots bring through these stores, eating people up, everything out the store. No, it's on both sides.
Oh, no, you're right. And I completely
But
agree.
you cannot see what they're doing wrong. You know, it's.
If it does not reinforce what we already preconceived believe, it doesn't exist. Hell, closing my eyes, la 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 la. It's up. And they wait because our news cycle is so fast in this country. Because you have news coming at you 1,000,000 miles an hour. It expires, and something that should be like, no, freeze, we have to deal with this. This is crazy, this is stupid, this is whatever. But because the news finds the next thing and throws it up there, it doesn't get resolved because we've moved on to something else.
To a point where it's really not news, but I think they realize they can put something on whatever station they want. People are gonna believe it. It can come out to be not true. You're gonna forget about it. You know.
The internet is one of the best things in the world. And
Well, I don't talk about the internet because I see it.
well, I mean, information sharing. And whether it's mass media or whether it's individual.
Believe it or not, I actually work with someone, I'm not gonna say, actually believes that we never lived on the moon.
Oh, yeah.
I believe the earth is flat.
That guy believes in the moon?
You know, hey, we've never landed on the moon, it was all Hollywood stage. And he's got all these evidence. I'm laughing at it because you really trying to convince me, like, are you serious?
I had a guy at my front door trying to tell me the earth was, and he was serious about that. I'm like, want to be that?
I tease, I got a guy like that too, because it's a little flat, I tell him, well, if it's flat, how come the captain knocked me off?
Okay.
Go show me a picture of the edge, dude.
Now, here's where it gets. Here's where I'm going with it. So, earth is flat, that's demonstrable. We know. You know, somebody's like, and the frogs are flying in the sky, if you're alive, sure. Okay, that person needs to be in a home.
Yeah.
Now,
But that we need to share whatever he's smoking.
but there are billions of people in the world, hear me out, please, who believe that there's an invisible redeemer in the sky, who created us out of nothing, who rules over the world. He made a sea part. He made us the sun go dark through. He sent another invisible being who is also himself, but is a separate person that he called his son. Or coming up with really good ideas. And depending on how you live, when you die, you will either, the invisible part of you will float in the sky and live for all eternity, happy and joyful. Or, depending on how you live, after you die, your invisible part will be dragged underground into a place of eternal torment, torture, and fire, ruled over by a fallen divine being who is evil incarnate. Okay. When you break it down like that, that sounds fuck all crazy, doesn't it?
Well,
when you break it down to a thousand.
How is that any different from the story?
Yeah, I was gonna say, they get really mad when you tell them that their mythology is exactly medieval or
Norse.
mythology or Roman.
A lot of it has to do with how long it's been there and how much the bond is. You know, and also, again, you know, we can get into the philosophy of religion and go crazy, but, you know, a lot of folks, like social scientists, say religion was actually created as a way to control the general population. Because look at the early churches. You had one person in a position of power. I have a word from the invisible sky man, and he gave this to me. And you're not allowed to have it. You're not allowed to read it. Every so often, I will talk to you about it. I will tell you how to live your life. And by the way, I want a bunch of your income. If that is not predetermined social control, I don't know what it is. Now, again, that's a theory that social scientists have. I'm not telling you that God isn't real. I'm not telling you that Christianity or Buddhism or Taoism or any of these other isms are false or fake. I will tell you that they can coexist. This bullshit of, I'm a Christian, here's my belief system, you're a Buddhist, here's your belief system, and we're both right. No, you're not both right. You're one or either you're right or you're right. And you're right. And the thing is, nobody's ever come back after that. You just report what we got.
He did in the X-Files.
When that happens, I want to be at that third person. I want to hear that evidence. There are more people with 3+.
Yeah, that means we don't have to buy the beer.
There will be no beer buying.
And it's okay.
Because I don't drink any Star Wars, we buy the beer.
Got two of them.
Yeah.
Two of them in the backyard. It's kind of stuff. Except for I just kind of, and we're going to do shit.
He's the moderator, but I don't know which one was supposed to dart then to keep him under control.
Well, yeah, I mean, we know that in this debate, I'm completely impartial.
Yeah, I know.
That I have absolutely no opinion whatsoever.
I don't think you're using that word right.
What's that?
I don't think it means
that
what
word
it
is what
means.
means what you think it means.
It's really confusing. About Star Wars versus Star Trek, but the panel that I went to, years ago.
Heretic.
There we go. Another one.
Babylon 5, man, all the way.
Last 3 movies. And Star Wars versus Star Wars. And liked it. And it just makes you dislike it. This was right after time. And it was a ton of people. And
Well, so it's interesting, with the exception of one of my author friends, universally writers detest the new Star Wars movies because they are so badly executed. Right? Now, again,
They were 66.
pretty much, right? For the kids, the new generation that aren't as aware of what's coming, right? Who aren't as aware of, well, I'll use the phrase, are more inclined to sort of flash in the pan interested in intellectual problems. They are entertaining in that regard, right? But you sure shit on Star Wars.
Okay, we all need to be careful about language.
Oh, right.
We're waiting on Sarah Adams. I'm assuming that you guys are both Star Wars.
And actually, I love them both, but for me, it's part of the discussion. They're apples and oranges.
Well,
we'll get there though.
See, you're big enough to be able to say that to people.
Yeah. Bring it.
Here's the thing. The format we're going to have, you need to be one or the other. That's not
right.
So I'm going to assume for the moment that both you guys are Star Wars.
All right.
So whenever it's time for back and forth, you guys need to collaborate on
do that.
who's going to say what.
I can do that.
You know.
got something for you.
Starscape.
And, clicking onto nothing but Mandalorian Vikings.
They are, actually, that's what they are. They're Vikings.
It's rare that I'm next to somebody that makes me look small, so.
Oh, yeah. And the Vulcans are in space.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel.
We're gonna win because there's
Why
obviously no
religion
Star Trek.
Why religion is wrong and you're stupid if you believe in God. Joke.
Lightning strike.
My name is Chris Shrewsbury, or it's not. I do not write books, I do not make paintings, I don't make movies, sculptures, or even Play-Doh figures. I have a table. I'm not trying to sell you anything or take money from you, so you should all adore me. I'm here to make you laugh, make you think, make you cry, make you go home confused. Very brief, very quick introductions, starting with Quincy and then Charlie, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do here today.
So my name is Quincy J. Allen. I'm a cross-genre author. I'm focusing mostly on fantasy these days, but I've written science fiction, military sci-fi. My short fiction is all over the board. And so I write it all. So if you dig it all, I'm your guy.
And I'm Charlie. I'm an environmental scientist and a GIS computer mapper in the day job. And for fun stuff, I like to take FEMA computer models and model Godzilla, zombie, and Sharknado impacts.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
It's a kind of job. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Now, we are here to debate which is the better franchise, Star Wars or Star Trek. Now, this is where you come in. First of all, you will determine the outcome. This is persuading. Our job is to persuade you which is better. It is not. But here's the thing: you have to be impartial jurors. You have to be clean slates today, and the only thing you are judging on when you cast your vote at the end, the only thing you are judging on is the arguments that are presented here today. If Star Wars does a better job presenting their franchise, if they do that, I don't care if you are a lifelong Trek fan. If you firmly, if you realize that they made a better argument, you got to vote for them, even if it goes against what you honestly believe for yourself. That's what this panel is all about. Okay.
So sophistry is what wins.
It's
like the American court system.
It's about exactly. Today we are lawyers.
Yeah,
we are battling attorneys. And not even really amicable battling attorneys.
So we just
So what we are here to do today is to persuade you which franchise is better. And can I define for you what better means? I'm sorry, I can't do it while you're good. But again, it's based on the bullshit that I put out and the bullshit that they put out. And that's all we're doing. Are we good? Is there anybody now? I'm going to go all court here. Is there anybody who is not able to render an impartial verdict today? Oh! She was looking back here. She was looking for an excuse to leave, and that was her. All drama. It's all drama. This is the all right. Here we go. More so than pretty much any other panel, this is going to be very strictly modulated. There's not going to be talking over each other, that kind of thing. Certain amount of time, certain amount of time, certain amount of time. All right, gentlemen. Star Wars. And like it or not, I'm the judge. Now, do I insert who has won the argument? No. but I'm in charge of the format. So we have these two attorneys who are representing Star Wars, the franchise holistically. Now, when we say Star Wars, we don't mean A New Hope. We mean Star Wars, the concept, Star Wars books, movies, extended universe, whatever. I am the sole attorney so far for Star Trek in all of its iterations and its concepts. Gentlemen, Star Wars, we need to collaborate, we need to give good cogent arguments. You have exactly 5 minutes from the start to make your opening statement. And again, this is balls out. Just determine which one lives and which one dies. Are we ready?
Sure.
5 minutes begins.
Well, so at the outset, I'm actually, and as crazy as it may sound, Star Wars is more realistic with its depiction of culture and interaction and stuff than Star Trek ever was. You have a myriad of races who interact through commerce and corruption to a greater extent than anything else. There is not this farcical notion of a utopian society, which we all perfectly know about. Yeah, human beings are not. It's a nice dream, it's a fantasy, but it's not real. In that regard, Star Wars is far superior because it shows us that real turmoil between, we'll call it the dreams of the left and the conservatism of the right, and maintaining order. And we see that sort of broken out in every story, just about every story that Star Wars is told. It defines the conflicts that we ourselves we're living even today. The notion of a more liberal society versus a more conservative society, and how that plays out, and how money and corruption and greed can influence who does what over the course of, in this case, 1,000 years. So I would argue that Star Wars in that regard, despite some of the trappings, is more real and has more meaning to us in watching these conflicts unfold than Star Trek.
And I'll argue that Star Wars is better just in its diversity, both in its people. If you look at the planets and the aliens, you actually had different alien types. It wasn't that Star Trek would go to a different planet and was very Earth-like, and an alien had a weird prosthetic glued to its face. Star Wars had actual aliens of different shapes. But not just that, but the diversity of the technology. There's different ships, there's different towns, there's different speeders. All of these are different, and they're adapted to the alien that they live in. Star Trek, whether you're in a Federation ship or a Klingon ship or a Romulan ship, it always was a flat touch screen that the panel lit up and you had to punch buttons. You just had to figure out what language you're talking about. All the ships, everything was designed for that species, for that use. So everything worked for that species in Star Wars. So it was very diverse and very specific to what alien world you were working on.
And those were, for the most part, really your only options. There was a handful of sort of non-allied races that you would see, but for the most part, the Romulans consumed their space and everything. The Klingons consumed theirs. The Federation, for the most part, consumed theirs. We talk about Federation starships; those are homogenized as homogenized people, right? And those were all designs that pretty much came from Earth. I think the one exception might be the Vulcans, right? But everything else was homogenized to the point of being very human. And certainly Star Wars is told from a very human, Star Trek is told from a very human perspective. It's rather, if you really look at it, Star Trek is fairly ethnocentric. It's been sort of diluted down to one sort of culture. Whereas, if we're going to talk about diversity, Star Wars is infinitely diverse.
If you thought about the first time you saw the cantina scene and how many different aliens they packed into that one, and now it's just
one tavern.
It's one tavern versus, the senatorial scene where there were, aliens from all over, even the Easter egg of the ETs. I mean, there's that many aliens packed in there, and you never saw that much in any episode or movie of Star Trek.
Is that 5 minutes?
You still have 45 seconds.
All right. So there's also the notion of actually the entirety of the galaxy. In Star Wars, you get the sense of, and they are able to traverse the galaxy through a means that is as certainly as feasible as Star Trek. There is absolutely no difference. Just that with Star Wars, they came up with a methodology that allowed you to traverse the galaxy and discover the galaxy and the peoples in it. So there is this, they have gone to great lengths to show a greater variety of life in the galaxy. Whereas Star Trek, everybody is pretty much human, but with something different on their head. You bet.
Yes. And now, the attorney for Star Trek is elected. And again,
All right, Terry.
That's awesome.
Ironside.
ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your reading. I want to thank you for your public service today, for coming to this venue and being the arbiters of our two largest, most important intellectual property franchises ever conceived. Thank you for that. You have a very, very large task ahead of you. I do not envy you your decision, but I know that regardless of which side you take, it's going to be the right one. On September 8th, 1966, the world for the first time saw an outer space television show that was unlike anything that I'd ever seen before. Outer space media up to that point had been green, bug-eyed aliens coming to kill us all. And some heroic white guy and women and girls. Star Trek as a concept came from the mind of a man named Gene Roddenberry, who was a B-24 pilot in World War II in Korea. He was also a decorated Los Angeles police officer. And what he really wanted to do was write television shows. And he wrote lessons. And he actually had some interesting scripts that they on screen for different shows. But he wanted to tell stories. And he wanted to tell a specific type of story. He wanted to tell stories that had a moral, that had a point. He didn't just want to say, here's a green bug-eyed alien. He wanted to say, here's how you should. He was very opinionated. He believed in a utopian society. He believed in a world that had gone through the worst possible famines and wars, and we learned and grew and evolved as people, and we advanced beyond that. His message was hope. His message was brotherhood, sisterhood, uniting people. Let's talk about diversity. Let's talk about the world's first interracial kiss on television. Untitled Chapter, in 1967, had never been seen before. That's diversity. In the 1960s, not too long after World War II, Korea and Vietnam still going on, we've got an Asian who's a right-wing bridge senior officer who's the helmsman of this ship. A year later, we get a navigator who's a mop-top-haired Russian who current American standards are we don't trust him either. We've got a black female communications officer who actually at one point takes the helm during the bridge. We've got a green-blooded alien who doesn't even express emotions as the second in command of the flagship of this fleet of hope. And all of this is not based in any war. This is a long time ago, far, far away. This is hometown. Our captain is an Iowa resident. He's from Riverside, Iowa. That's who our captain is. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, Star Trek is diversity. Star Trek is hope. What's wearing bright, shiny, clean sweat? Is that realism? No. It's idealism. It's what I want us to do. Suck it, Roy.
Now I may be a simple hyperspace country chicken lawyer.
We're not. These are, I mean, this is an official corporate proceeding. This is not just, Gregory Packing here, boys and girls. All right, we now have a 3-minute talking period where I would suggest you use it to really drill down to your persuasion. We both done, I think, a good job of establishing our argument. Now, change their mind, influence them. You have 3 minutes. Your time begins now.
Well, I would be remiss to point out that your vaunted interracial kiss was also due to the point that there was being sexually assaulted by their Greek gods at that moment. You failed to drop that little nugget. Oh, yeah.
I got nothing. They told me there wasn't going to be any friggin' math.
Do you wish to continue your time?
No. No, I don't. All right, so this notion of diversity. If we are to enjoy a media that explores the state of existence, who we are and what we are and so forth. I'm not sure that looking at an imagined and impossible future is the right way to go. Quite honestly, if you're going to show someone what the problem is, then do so with something they can relate to. And I think that we could all agree that the conflicts in Star Wars are more not palatable, but more contemporary for what we've seen. Again, I get back to this notion of the conflict between, the left and the right, and those have been defined in so many ways. But self-actualization versus an imposed actualization for individual. And Star Wars unequivocally shows us self-determination in societies that are much more likely to what we live and breathe every day, with this notion of corporate or at least financial oppression, the fringes of societies in, if not servitude, outright slavery. If we're to really solve problems, it seems to me it's better to look at those problems and see them as they are and come up with a means to effect change than it is to dream of some future with no real assertion as to actually how to get there. Dreaming is great, but let's leave that to those 8 hours we're alone. If we're going to solve problems, then we need to look at the problems straight on. And Star Wars does that. And we actually see individuals who tackle those specific problems. Now they do so in certainly a fantastic manner, but the influence, the means to affect change and what they need to change,
That is your time.
is exactly what we should be looking at.
And that's your time, sir. Argument for Star Trek will now make a 3-minute persuasive argument. And we start. Friends, we have just heard a lot about realism, the ability to attain the culture, addressing problems. My esteemed opponents, have done a fair job of laying out why they believe. I submit, let's talk about realism. Remember, we're talking about Earth. We're not talking about the metaphor, 9-foot tall, growl and grunt to help people understand. We're talking about human beings. We're talking about people that need religions. Let's talk about problems. Now, we're not only going to we're into each other. Now, we have an episode where let's tell the story and try to make the impact on racism. So we're going to have an episode where 2 guys are fighting each other and hate each other. And each of them they're split up color-wise. Black on one side, white on the other. Now, we look at them like they're the same. But then they tell us, no, he's black. I'm right. And that is the age. And they have this conflict, and the code enterprise to teach them where you getting. There's that's what you're fighting over. How stupid, how silly, how pointless, how needless. This was like 1966. We had a television show that just shoved racism in America's face and rubbed their nose in it and said, this is what you're doing. We have an episode in 1967 in the middle of the Vietnam War where the Enterprise goes to a planet and has to make more decisions things like guns to a tribe to fight another tribe that 200 years ago.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
I hated that episode.
Back to when you object. You've got to do, again, they address racism. They address so many. They address the hippie movement, where young people wanted a voice, where young people wanted to say and remember how they were treated and they wanted to be treated. They said, you want realism, you want playability, you want problem solving. Star Trek is where you're going to be, not what you like. Exactly, that's the episode. All right? You remember that? Yes. Well, now, we are going to have a period of 5 minutes where you, the jury, are allowed to raise your hand and ask a direct question to one side the other, or both. And they are allowed to respond and not talk over each other. It's not going to be a bicker session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We're going to do 6 minutes more. I think we're going to have some questions. All right, so again, be thinking questions. Initially, address your questions to me, I'm the judge. But as far as answering the questions and such, go to the correct party to identify. Ladies and gentlemen, jury inquisition begins now. Yes, sir.
How does
I'm sorry, Star Wars.
how can you defend the overall systemic of slavery in Star Wars of shorts in general? They have emotions, they have fears. Just because they're not violent or weak, is it okay for them to be slaves? You know?
Do we not have slavery now? Is that not something we should be concerned with?
Yes.
That's actually not true. Yes, they do. And we actually have the hero of the story, who is one of the few who actually never has his droid's memory wiped.
When? Which one?
Luke and R2-D2.
R2
Throughout the whole course of R2-D2's existence, his memory has never been wiped as a result of Luke's intervention.
Excuse me, but when does R2 ever get to decide, I don't want to be your droid, I don't want to serve the rebellion, I want to go off and open a hat shop?
I think actually the story opens.
Excuse me, when does he?
Didn't you just say you were going to talk?
No, so I agree with his point exactly. Please tell us how that is fair. You've got a thinking, sentient being capable of making choices. How do you defend the fact that he can't go anywhere and you're allowed to weld a bolt on him so he can't move?
I think you saw that at R2 from episode 1 to 9.
Was never a slave.
With neighbors, and he made that choice the entire time.
I take that back. There was a brief period when the Jawas had him, but the second they're loose, Luke lets him loose, and from there on,
he does what he wants. He went
and literally does what he wants.
Yeah.
R2 is a member of the rebellion.
Yeah.
Now, I would concede that C-3PO, in many respects, is a servant, but he was designed to be a servant.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to keep moving.
Sure.
Fair time. Yes.
This is for Star Trek.
Yes.
Since you involved with the whole Kirk in the original series and the utopia of what Gene Roddenberry put in, how do you explain Kirk's? No, not Flannery. Every time he goes to a planet, where's the utopia? People have carefree. They're not being bothered by anything. Kirk's got to go. No, you can't have that. It's got to be this way. There are the episodes where there's been plenty of utopian societies where he's gone to where the people are fed, they're taken care of, they have no needs, nothing to worry about. We get Kirk's like, no, it can't be that way. It's got to be this way.
I was with you. There's never an example where they go and meddle or try to create societal upheaval unless there's an injustice being done. The Cloud Miners, a city that floats, that was utopia. Those folks had a great life. They had, they were exporting the mineral Zenite to the Federation. Everybody was happy, well fed. They lived on a fucking floating city. It was gorgeous. But there was an entire race of people who never got to go to the city, who lived underground and dug the Zenite out of the ground for them, supplying them. They were slaves. Did the crew of the Enterprise intervene? Yes, they did. Did they try to get the ruling class and the rulers themselves to see these working conditions and to say, you can't do this, it's not fair, I will submit to you? Yes, that is exactly.
So were
they don't go messing in places where there's not injustice happening.
In that context, were they slaves or were they simply unaware and were given awareness by an outside source? And I think that's an important distinction. We have, and I would argue actually that Star Trek does have an interesting propensity for imposing, arguably, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant morals to every interaction. and violating the Prime Directive again and again, strictly to impose those values.
If I may, you know what? I'm going to tell you, you're right. Here's because Gene Roddenberry wanted, and he had a view, he had an agenda.
Yes, he did.
Absolutely. But doesn't everyone that lives and breathes have a personal agenda that they want, a type of life that they want, a future that they want? Now, he can't speak for everyone, but I think what he proposed, and if we can end up there, is reasonably would be accepted by most reasonable people as good.
Also, it is as impossible as the true definition of communism. Human beings simply aren't capable of it. And that really is the fundamental flaw of Star Trek, right? If there is a root flaw to the property, it is this notion that humanity, all told, can come together in one voice and march together. It really is. It's not possible. Go ahead.
Then if humanity is totally incapable of altruism, of cooperation, and teamwork, explain Mother Teresa, explain Martin Luther King, explain Buddha, explain Christ.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
All right.
I submit we are not biologically incapable of working together, of building a utopia, especially going through the hardships, the eugenics wars, World War III, the disease and famine afterward. We have been through those things, and still, it's now time. We've gotten to the lowest point possible. It's time to rebuild. Let's aim for something brighter and better where everyone benefits. And yes, it is possible. You can.
No, it's not.
There's no evidence.
We have had 30,000 years of attempting exactly what you're suggesting. 30,000 years.
It's never been attempted.
Wait, now it's my turn.
Right.
The lion's share of human endeavor since we stopped using stones for tools has been in this endeavor. We have had our Mother Teresa's, we have had our Jesus Christ, our Buddhas, our Muhammads, our run down the list. And in all of that time, we have not come even close to achieving what Gene Roddenberry arguably espoused, right? What he wanted us all to achieve. It's not possible with the human animal. Maybe in a million years, maybe. But today, right now, just go to the halls of Congress. And their job is to do what we're talking about. And they're worse at it today than they were 20 years ago.
If I may.
Go ahead. Your turn.
What you are saying, you're cherry picking. Because
Mother Teresa
you're ill-defining. Okay, Congress's job is not to make a utopian society. Congress's job, as laid out, if they actually did their job, that's written on paper.
Right.
Their job is to protect and defend American interests, and that's all.
Actually,
Now,
I beg to differ.
This poor guy's had a chance.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I'm not. I'm in the middle.
I would say you're wrong. We've never attempted it. Now, you might have a country that wants to do good for itself. You might have a nation that wants to improve. But we've never collectively tried it. So you can't say it's impossible. You can't say it'll never work. You have no empirical evidence whatsoever to support that. Is it difficult? Hell yes. Does it take sacrifice and struggle and work and time? Hell yes. I completely agree. But God damn it, it is possible. The human animal is capable of better. We are capable of being smarter, of working together, of loving each other and accepting each other. And I would hate to live in a world where that's truly impossible. Because then, what's the point?
It's like the flat earth argument. I'll believe it when I see it. I think we're going to be waiting a while on that one. Go ahead.
Okay. You said, this is directed at Star Trek.
Of course.
You say when the Federation sees injustice.
Yes.
The Maquis. Settlers move to a planet. They settle, they're living their lives. And all of a sudden there's a border skirmish between the Federation and the Cardassians. Those people arguably Federation citizens are now behind enemy lines, and what happens to them now? Why are they the exception to the rule?
What about the Native Americans that Picard had to forcibly move?
Now, to your question. First of all, to your question, that's an excellent point. Number one, I can sit up here and be very callous and say, they were told the board was changing, they were given every opportunity to relocate, to move, to settle somewhere else, and if they stayed behind, that was their choice, deal with it. I can say that and be legally and technically correct. But that's not a compassionate argument. That's not what I want my human heart, soul, compassionate argument to be. In simplest terms, the Federation fell on its face that day. They failed. They made a mistake. They did not live up to their own ideals. Why? Because we are flawed. Our systems have flaws. He's making my argument for me. Excuse me. The systems have flaws. People have flaws. You can be a wonderful person and screw up. Now, what do you then do? Do you just let the screw up lie? Do you try to fix it? Do you just come forward and own it and say, screwed up? And whatever the consequences are, that's what defines you. Thomas Jefferson, and I wish I knew the exact quote, and one of the things he said, and that was, the 10 smartest people in the world were Thomas Jefferson. He said that a person's character and strength is not defined by never failing. It is defined by what you do after you fail. You get back up and you learn from your mistakes, and you try and you do better. That's what you do. That's what people do. Humans do when they're capable of working together and showing compassion and showing love. Those people were wrong. They wanted to hold on to their planet. There should have been some kind of allowances made, and the Federation should have stuck its heels in the dirt and said, no, these people have a right to stay and live here. You're exactly right. They screwed up that day. They failed. I completely agree with you.
Like the Rebel Alliance.
Who always dug its heels in.
Okay. Final question.
I was just going to say, if you want to say that Star Trek has a Western, Anglo-Saxon, biblical, I mean, to me, I always thought Star Wars, I mean, Luke Skywalker is like the savior, the Messiah to come and save the universe, the forces, the light and the dark side.
Do you have a question?
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, explain that. It's the same thing, and then like Yoda could be one of the prophets that had the word before.
That was kind of one of the opening statement is, I think in some respects, for all its fantastical sort of traits, the Force and so forth, Star Wars is more genuine in its depiction of sentient endeavor and the perils therein and what one should do to fight oppression, to fight slavery, to change things, right? I think that's because it's more real to what we see when we turn on the damn television.
If I may, when did they do these? At what point, for example, at what point did Star Wars, the Rebel or the Empire, what point did they free slaves? At what point did they address racism,
as an example,
bigotry?
Yeah. So, as an example, Han Solo saved Chewbacca from slavery, which made the difference. The entire point of the Rebel Alliance was to fight slavery. In fact, at the beginning of Episode 1, the Republic was doing whatever it could to prevent slavery. And then there is the argument, well, out this far out on the rim, we don't have the influence. So Obi-Wan was not able to free Anakin and his brother.
That's why he had to do
so
that.
Yeah, actually,
that's
it's
why we
kind
had
of
the
up in
Marvel
your
pod
face.
racing.
Well, that wasn't under the control of the Republic either. That was
Yeah, but
Yeah, it was correct. It was Headspace. They had no influence there, but in the Republic, there wasn't arguably slavery.
Slavery was illegal.
Although, to the gentleman's point, droids were an exception, but there is, I think, there's this fine line between the perception of what is a sentient droid and what isn't. Now, that's
Just like
a
there was
different
perception-
discussion.
Just like there was a perception 400 years ago of a black man not being a human being.
Right.
So
Or a
you're
woman
saying,
being
you're saying,
eating the
sure,
property.
if I might, you're just dismissing it like sweeping it under the rug. Sure, droids were slaves, but let's examine that. Hundreds of millions of sentient, decision-making capable beings across this fantastical, made-up, not our galaxy can't do what they want to do.
Yeah.
That's slavery.
How much slavery takes place every Super Bowl? The sex trade. Slavery is alive and well today across this country.
That's right, and we address it. We try.
Well, actually, no, we don't.
That's the problem. Really? You
This
might want to
society
say.
turns a blind eye to that. Every now and again, you hear about a news report where a sex trade, a sex trafficking.
Then why is it illegal? It's legal to sell a droid.
Things are only
but it's
illegal if you do
illegal.
something about it.
Pardon?
Things are only illegal if you do something about it. And we have not. Could this be shut down? Yes, I think it could. But we, as a culture, turn a blind eye to it. And in no small part because of who and what is being trafficked.
My friend,
That is real today.
I
Just like droids and Star
I
Wars.
submit to you, I don't live in the world you do.
Then turn on the TV, man.
I do not live in the world that is defined by cynicism and negativity. I don't want it.
Reality.
Okay. We got.
How are we doing on time?
We've gone way over time.
But this is the meaning why Star Wars is a superior product.
All right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Now, we are going to have a 2-minute period. 2 minutes for closing arguments. Star Wars. This is your last.
Maybe you should go first this time.
This is your last attempt.
Maybe you should,
Yeah, we've gone first.
I think that's fair.
One would say that in debates, the person who goes last has the stronger position. And
That's fine. I remember that. Fine. Okay, 2 minutes, beginning now. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard a lot today. You've been exposed to a lot of dissenting opinion. You have heard vastly different arguments about these, remember, fictional properties, not real. I'm sorry if I offend anyone. The aluminum falcon is not circling the planet. Midichlorians are not real. I'm sorry. And if the
Neither is
Jedi
God.
wants to make me float, let's go. Now, we have talked ad nauseum. I think you, excuse me, gentlemen. We have talked ad nauseum about position, what we like, don't like. We have accused one another of violations of everything from human rights to droid rights, to slavery, to you name it. I mean, we practically told each other that the mother dressed her. Ladies and gentlemen, I choose to believe that humanity is capable of better. And again, humanity, not 6 foot tall cocker spaniels. Us, Earth, we are capable of better. We are capable of being smarter. We can, with enough motivation, achieve a world built on hope that looks toward the future, that embraces one another, that embraces the great other that we're going to encounter out there. And that work needs to start. Has it started yet? Truly, no, it has not. It needs to. It's going to. And we are going to get that because the alternative is hell.
Go ahead. Folks,
2 minutes.
it all comes down to this. If you look at Star Trek and Star Wars and everything that comes with it, there's one thing for everything that Star Trek has. And yes, it came out earlier and it has produced a lot of things. There's one thing that Star Wars gives us that is above everything else. It gave us the lightsaber. Is there not one thing above all else, above all of geek culture, that is more symbolic of nerddom than the lightsaber? I mean, what else? I'm sorry. What would you rather have?
Lightsaber.
To be able to do this or a lightsaber that will cut through anything?
So
the lightsaber, folks. What else is there? And that's what Star Wars has given to the world. So, yeah.
So that's a really good point. It seems to me, and if we're going to look at my esteemed colleague wanted to purported that Star Trek was this mechanism for social awareness and change. And up to a point, I'll concede that. But there really was, and I actually make this point in the episode where terrorists kidnap Crusher and try and blow up the Enterprise. There's a certain moral hypocrisy to what Star Trek tried to impose as the utopian ideal. It's very whitewashed, despite, now I will give some props to the recent episodes, Discovery and even Strange New Worlds, right? But there's there was a very unilateral perception of what was acceptable in virtually the whole of Star Trek until recent years, which really is a good thing as a reflection of it. Whereas Star Wars has an absence of that.
That's your time.
All right. We got a question. Go ahead. And I'm going to ask 2 trivia questions, one Star Wars, one Star Trek. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the decision is now in your hands. Now, does anybody feel the need to talk and discuss it apart from us?
Yeah, I'll show
Amongst yourselves, deliberations, or do you know within yourself, here's how I'm going to vote? Where are we? Anybody have an opinion?
I do. I think this is comparing apples to oranges because there are two different civilizations at 2 different points.
So sorry, Mr. Burke. I'm sorry, but this court has been appointed to decide this issue.
Yes.
You will need to file the appropriate paperwork. If you are somehow going to question the validity of this court.
That's fun.
Thank you, sir.
Well played, sir.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the decision is in your hands. Is there anyone here who's not ready to vote?
I do the question first.
Is it a procedural question or a question of opinion?
You are allowed to shame the moderator.
Oh, I encourage
The
you.
criteria for what designates the best.
And again, like I said at the beginning, that is within you. I mean, is the best.
No. What I'm asking is.
Actually, no, it was who made the best argument.
Who made the best argument, yeah.
Basically, so this is a vote on self-esteem more than anything else.
And again, best is your own personal opinion. It's not.
I didn't know if you were like which is better canon or which has the better morality.
Who made the best argument?
Who made the best argument?
Yeah.
Because you all came here.
Who was more convincing? Clearly, we.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now time to cast your vote. Vote once. Vote your conscience.
Well, early and often.
You've been watching the news.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I submit to you, if you believe that today Star Wars made the better arguments, that they purported their position more effectively, if they had, quote, the best argument. If you believe that, please raise one hand.
Wow.
Shame.
Shame.
So that's 4.
1, 2, 3.
Was it like 3.5?
5. I'm not going to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. I can't count. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, If you believe that the soul overworked, bearing the burden alone, attorney for Star Trek made the better argument, made the more effective argument, made, quote, the best argument. If you believe that to be the case, please raise your hand.
We got a couple of abstentions.
Yeah,
All right. Wait, no. No. You all don't get the vote. Those two don't count. They were not here. Order of the court. Bailiff, escort them out of here.
This is rigged. I refuse to believe this vote was rigged.
Sir, I need you to read my badge.
I don't care. Listen, order in this court. I will clear the gallery.
This vote
Clear the gallery. That's
this
what you
vote was
said.
rigged.
Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury has spoken. Today's verdict is ruled as suck it, Star Wars.
That's some bullshit right there.
And every single one of you would cut your own hand off for a fully functioning lightsaber, and you know it.
Oh yeah, let me cut the other one.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, thank you all. Wait. Two things. I got two. We got so who we are, but more importantly, two trivia questions. One, what was the fruit that Will Riker would have sworn was there a minute ago in the first episode? There it is. You win a vote. Number two, what is the material used in Star Wars that a lightsaber can't actually cut?
Which one?
Those two, Frank and
Beskar.
No, there's actually.
No, that Cortosis. Cortosis was good.
There's another.
So anyway, but you're up. You're going.
ladies and gentlemen, this has been an amazing weekend.
Thank you all.
End of the day, third live episode. Have a good time.
Star Wars, there's a thing. The UN would have been a better example.
That's a really good
Next time.
I was wondering, I kicked your ass. Deal with that.
Just look at them and go, well, it just mirrors reality. We don't talk about slavery in our stage anymore. So now that it's Star Wars, it's there, it's in your face.
Right in everybody's face, and it's just acceptable.
With Star Trek also, slavery, and I have to remind you, in the original series, there's at least 3 to 5 episodes where the androids were the slaves, and the androids are trying to kill the humans. And the androids
That one was so, that was in, I know Voyager did that. They actually did that, and also the opening of the cars.
Well, there's the one, I can't remember the guy's name, but like literally he was taking 2 of the brains and putting them in androids because he wanted to.
Oh, that was
without
the old
permission.
one, the original, right? Yeah.
And I want to bring that up because you can't hardly the old one. Yeah. And the whole thing with Kirk, like there was one I can't remember.
Was a philanderer.
Well, come on.
Yeah.
Roddenberry was worse.
Well, yes.
I can't remember the episode.
He got around.
But you can argue that it was plants. Remember when the plants, like scored spot? You can say it's plants, but you know what? You can also say they were being taken care of. No one was hurting anybody, but Kirk just had it. The one, the God in the cave, the God in the cave, where they threw the rock, the exploding rocks.
Oh yeah.
It was a utopian society that everything was being taken care of, all their needs.
But now we have to change.
I couldn't put it. I was trying to put it the best way. Kirk never fed a utopian society. He could not.
It's very Western civilization.
Right? That's the purpose.
Yeah, and they
But that was the one I was thinking of. Is basically the one where he threw the rocks inside the exploding rock because it was God controlling. We can't have the God controlling.
Yeah, we have to. I'm your culture.
What is Star Trek for God interfering in God, especially the original series? FAQ. They touched on that in Surgery of Strange New World. Yeah, where with the comet is these guys. And Captain Pike is at first very dismissive. Yeah. Wait a minute, dude. What do you really stand for?
All right, I think that's, did I drop it in? Am I good?
Like I said, they almost let me convince until you he was major talking before you. Show that you can't get along. You never could. You're in Cuba.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Human beings, unfortunately,
Well,
Yeah, so.
Oh.
But not to use it. But not to do it.
Yes.
You know, Dad used to be crazy. I've learned how to hold you tables and stuff like that. Just like that Christmas. Get all your main tables, put all your tables away to get your shit. Which you just grind over your fingers until the very last day.
They never look. They are because of the
Oh, there's one.
Yeah.
It's like
It is.
because they control all the shit and shit.
And only a select few get to go out there, right?
Yeah, but if you want to look that up, there is one that says.
Everybody doesn't get to go out there. It's select few, but it's a state on
So, no, it's still, yeah. But I do like the North because there's armies, huge.
Yeah.
Because if there were aliens out there, they're not all going to develop all. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, Star Wars started with Michael right? And that was like 20 guys with rubber masks, right?
But I think probably if we were to discover alien life, whether you like it or not, they're all not going to be human because each different planet
probably will be right.
Yeah. I do like that argument because
arguably, if there's nothing that says oh, nice done, man.
That was a fun time. Yeah. And don't let us think too much of the one-legged guy.
in a wheelchair.
What's that? Y'all should be back there. Oh. Yes, it's here.
So what are we up to now?
Closing.
Where's that?
Next door, to the left.
Story left, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who doesn't have a interesting thing?
Oh my God. Snacks.
I'm sure you want to see.
Yeah.
Not a song that stuck in my head all day. I don't know why I did that to myself. I'm having to learn how to go fast again. I used to go fast at UNC Charlotte, but then I started learning I get paid hourly. And if I take my time and clean things up, that means they get to pay more for me being here.
So I did the real asshole thing. I'm usually like 30 minutes after the time I'm supposed to be clocked out. Like, I'm still figuring out.
We'll be over here.
All right. I'm gonna finish this cable up.
Excuse